Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Here.
Councilmember Leon?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Present.
Councilmember Maz?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Do we have any public speakers here to address the closed session agenda?
We don't have any in-person speakers, and we don't have any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
So I'll now close the public comment on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. Thank you. I'd like to convene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Here.
Councilmember Leon?
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Present.
Councilmember Maz?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Aiken?
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is going to be an invocation that will be offered this evening by Reverend Joel Van Solen from Anaheim Christian Reformed Church. Following that, Councilmember Kurtz is going to lead us in the flag salute. Could everyone please stand?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Please bow your heads and your hearts with me. Gracious God, we praise you that you are refuge and strength and ever-present help in times of trouble. You tell us that we do not need to be afraid, for you are with us. We thank you that you are a light in our salvation, that you are the stronghold of our lives, and so help us to trust in you more and more. We thank you so much for allowing us to come to this meeting tonight. We ask for your blessing on this meeting. We pray for peace and unity in our city. We ask you to pour out your wisdom, humility, and strength on our council members, on Mayor Aitken, on Mayor Pro Tem Meeks, on council members Balius, Leon, Rubalcava, Kurtz, and Maz. Please be with City Manager Jim Vanderpool and all the staff and employees of the city. Lord, tonight we especially give you thanks for the Deputy Director of Public Works, Dan DeBasio, on his retirement. Thank you for his faithful service, and we ask for your protection and peace to be with the Anaheim Police Department and the Fire Department. Give them wisdom and strength in their work. Lord, we thank you for all the businesses, nonprofits, faith communities, and schools in Anaheim. We especially ask for your blessing on students, parents, and teachers as they get into the rhythm of a new school year. May the community, the schools, the classrooms, and the homes be places of safety, respect, learning, and building one another up as image bearers of you. And finally, Lord, we thank you for sustaining the city of Anaheim since 1876. And we pray that you would continue to watch over and provide for all the residents and visitors of Anaheim. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Councilmember Kurtz, you can begin when ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please, with your hands over your heart, pledge allegiance to our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, Dan, normally I am really excited to give these presentations, and I am really excited on your retirement, but this is really hard. Tonight we are proud to recognize our amazing Deputy Director of Public Works, Dan DeBasio, on his retirement. He began his career in Anaheim in 2006 as our city construction manager. In 2008, he was promoted to operations manager. In 2018, he became our Deputy Director of Public Works. So Dan, your leadership and your passion for the city has touched not just everyone in your department, but really has been felt throughout the city. You are a leader, you have passion for what you do, and it really shines through. So thank you to Dan for your years of public service to the city of Anaheim. I am going to really miss you, and I wish you so much luck on this next chapter in your life. I would not be a good Boston College graduate if I didn't mention that you're also a Boston guy, which I love. And I hope that your retirement is filled with a lot of time on your sofa watching Pats games. As long as you don't root for the Red Sox. Go Angels. And a fun fact about Dan that I did not know until this is that even though he's been in California for almost 3 decades, 34 years, he still has season tickets to the Patriots, which is awesome. That is a true fan, because those are not easy flights. So now, hopefully, that you're retiring, you are going to get to have a little bit more time rooting for your Pats. On behalf of the city of Anaheim, on behalf of this council, we just want to thank you so much, welcome you up in your beautiful family, to say a few words.
Good evening. I want to thank the mayor and the council for this recognition tonight. Wasn't necessary, but it's greatly appreciated. It's been an honor to serve the city of Anaheim and our residents, but it's really about the people that I've worked with over my 20 years with the city of Anaheim. We have the most amazing city team across all of our departments, and it's always been a pleasure to do projects and take care of our city. And I've always lived with that care about what you do every day and always try to leave anything you touch better than when you found it. And hopefully I've done that here with the city of Anaheim over my career. And I am going to say this for Natalie. I don't know if, because we just had a quick conversation, I don't know, depending on how you feel about my career, you can either blame her or give her some of the credit, because Natalie was on the panel that hired me in 2006, and as the director, she promoted me to my dream job in operations in 2008, and it's just been an amazing career. I love the city of Anaheim. There's always something going on, and the future is always bright, and one thing for sure is Public Works will always be there. Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Right up here. 1, 2, 3. Stay right there. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. There's two this evening, recognizing the month of August 2025 as Chicano Heritage Month, and recognizing the month of September 2025 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you. I'll now call to order the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority and the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with the City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing the council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearings. The public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which is available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the Office of the City Clerk at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I would like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva del español al inglés también está disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad, City Clerk, cuando menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility, refraining from any personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:19, with the 90-minute public comment set to conclude at 6:49, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask speakers that once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please line up at the podium. And Mayor and City Council, for agenda items, we have two speakers, R. Joshua Collins for item 12 and Gabby Sutter for item 9. So R. Joshua Collins, if you can step forward at this time. R. Joshua Collins?
Good afternoon. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. Just want to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us forgiveness for our sins. He's the only way to heaven. There's not many ways to heaven. We've all sinned, whether we told a lie or used bad language, whatever it is. We all need that forgiveness and salvation, and only Jesus can give it to us. And that's the blessing, is that by grace we can all be saved. We put our faith in Him, our trust in Him. And Jesus cared very much for the homeless and the poor, of course, as all of us should know. And unfortunately, we still have it's like 2,500 applicants on the Section 8 housing voucher waiting list. It's a huge waiting list, and it can take years for people to get housing, affordable housing. But I wrote down some ideas here, maybe that could work to help us in this situation. A couple things that the city could do. Maybe some of these you're already doing, but some of them maybe you haven't been doing. Prioritize city-owned land for affordable housing development, especially near transit areas. Number two, streamline permits and reduce fees for affordable housing development. And I'm thinking even when you're working with churches, if a church wants to help house the homeless, make it easy for them. Make a simple permit plan that you maybe even pay them to do it. Give them a little, like $50 or something. You house somebody or whatever you want to do, but reward them for trying to help with the situation instead of making it really complicated and difficult to make that happen. Also use state and federal housing grants to build more affordable units. Also encourage Disney to contribute land or find affordable housing fund affordable housing projects as well. I'm not sure how much Disney is contributing to that, but it'd be great to see that, of course. Partner with Habitat for Humanity to build units for low-income workers and residents. City can create a local rent subsidy program to cover households until they receive the federal voucher. I'm not sure how we're doing there, but it'd be great to see something like that. Of course, building also bridge housing for those on the waiting list would be great, as well as having a walk-in shelter so that churches can get more involved in delivering homeless people to the shelter and off the streets instead of having to go through CityNet. Also, of course, we have tiny home villages, another idea. You can just create little tiny homes for people. It can be very affordable. Also, create stronger tenant protections, including rent stabilization, anti-gouging rules, so that, I know seniors, the rent keeps going up and up, and they're worried about losing their housing right now. Their income's not going up, but their rent keeps going up. So there's just some ideas, but I really hope that the city will take all this into consideration. Many can't speak for themselves that are homeless. I'm here to speak for them that can't speak, and it's a gift when you can speak. And all of you are pretty good speakers, intelligent people, and I really hope you use your voice more and more to help these people that are out there that can't get into this meeting. Thanks for letting me speak.
Our next speaker, if they can step forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gabby Sutter. I am the Executive Director for the Anaheim Police Association, And on behalf of the Police Association, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Chief Armendariz for his dedicated service to both the Anaheim Police Department and the City of Anaheim. We wish him all the best in his future endeavors. We are also especially appreciative of Chief Armendariz for stepping in as interim Chief of Police during this transition period as the city begins its search for new leadership at the police department. Anaheim is a global destination with a significant responsibility to both its residents and its visitors. The men and women of the Anaheim Police Association strongly urge the city to take a proactive, comprehensive, and timely approach in selecting the next chief of police. It is vital that the incoming administration is given the opportunity to implement its vision and priorities for the future of the department. We are on the verge of a historic opportunity to reinvest in this city at a time when residents and our business community continue to tell us that protecting public safety is a top priority. As soon as the next chief is selected, our members look forward to working with that individual to envision and then implement a forward-looking police department that brings the best staffing, personnel, facilities, and equipment to better serve our community. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We'll now move forward to general comments, and we have 29 speaker cards. I'll call the first speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Good evening, everyone. Now I see our president, if you want to use that term, I guess, but wants to take over the city of Washington, the District of Columbia, and wants to take control of the police department. Also wants to chase all the homeless out of the District of Columbia. And this is a dictator we're talking about. This isn't normal stuff here. And also threats at the city of Los Angeles and the governor of California that they're not running things the way they should be. As we look, there continues to be roundups, taking people in off the street that, as it turns out, they're American citizens. They have every right to be here. It's just that they're the wrong color. It's become to the point now where I can see people are sort of complacent, or they feel like, okay, I've seen this before, you know. So you kind of pull back on it. It's like, well, this is the normal thing, but it's a very dangerous precedent that we're going to feeling the effects of this for a long time. You're destroying families across the board. And I'm glad to see that the council at least made a gesture against this roundup and to be a part of something better for humanity than to just pick people off the street. And it's not even the so-called ICE agents, it's criminal elements posing as authority to do this job. And you can't look at it any other way. This is a total disaster. This is like Nazi Germany. This is like any kind of third world dictatorship where the army goes out and seizes control. And next they're going to be doing the newspapers, what's left of them. They're going to be doing the radio stations. Literally, this so-called president has it in his mind that he can control everything just under the authority of his office. He's going to find out that's wrong. Also, he keeps having diarrhea fits, and he keeps, fouling up not only the air, but just nation in general. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Cecil Jordan.
I've been here, and I had to go to the doctor to take care of myself because I went through the depression of what happened to my manager. and Polk Sheriff Department has cleaned up that report on Disney 2024, and it seems to be pretty good. It's what they've done to take care of the matter on the understanding. So we're looking at the entertainment, what's going on with Disney and rebuilding the new Disneyland, what we've been talking about. Gene Audrey Way, that's what you've been talking about. And like you sing, walking in the park one day, out a bit of surprise I find Disneyland is in the park. I wish the channel was still on. It's off right now. And we're waiting to see what's gonna happen with the Gene Audrey Way program when we get that set up. In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, we're waiting to see what's gonna happen with your program on Disney, because I've heard you talk about it a little bit. Let's see what happens now. God bless you, in Jesus' name. And I'm back now, and it's good to be back. Thank you, Mayor, for singing to us.
Our next speaker, Ruben Soto.
In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Mayor, City Council, I tell you, I emailed Trump, and he sent me on July 23rd, 2025, Dear 1002 Graver Street, Soto. Thank you for the letter and sharing your views. The strength of our country lies in the spirit of American people and their willingness to stay informed and get involved. I appreciate you taking the time to share your thoughts with the latest information about my administration policies. Melania joins me in sending our best wishes to you and your family, Cecilia, Donald Trump. Now, every time I wear these shirts, and I got a story behind them. My mom told me a long time ago, these church people, all these people do stuff, cops do stuff to get reaction on me. I said, that's good. Sometimes I react, sometimes I won't. And everything I do, I talk about the churches, the bad stuff, the first responders, Harvest Church, okay? I'm getting reaction. I turn around in their face, and they don't like it. So screw them. So now this shirt here, I've been going to church Harvest all through my life. These parents throw their kids away because they go whatever, lesbian, okay? Who are you to throw your kids away because of that damn Bible? That's not love, that's not God. Now, Harvest Church, they told me, they said that Greg Laurie got death threats from lesbians and gays because he talks about them. You think they really care? So he drove around with a chauffeur, a big, tall, white guy, in a black SUV, he carried a weapon. He thought he was all that. You're not supposed to be afraid of nobody. So I told all the gays and lesbians, go in there. They're in there holding hands, walking around, kissing in the pews. And you know why? They kicked me out. That's on them. You know why? Screw the first responders. They're just hateful and abusive. That's not love from the Lord. And I'm not a Christian, I just follow the Lord. I don't need to go to church to get my stuff done. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Raul Aquino Rojas.
Hello, Mayor, esteemed council members. My name is Raul Aquino Rojas. I'm one of the Disney ambassadors of Disneyland Resort, and I'm here to thank you all for our partnership that we have had over the years with Disneyland Resort. Disneyland Resort understands the need in our local community for mentorship and career skills development opportunities for Anaheim students and adults looking to enter or re-enter the workforce. In 2017, we launched a community workforce development initiative to respond to that need. Our programs consist of one-on-one mentorship opportunities for local high school and college students through collaborations with nonprofits and school districts such as Anaheim Union High School District's AIM program, Girls Inc., and Big Brothers and Big Sisters. We also offer monthly career skills workshop to students at 3 different high schools in Anaheim through Orange County, United Way's Youth Career Connections program, and grant opportunities to local nonprofits and school districts to grow their workforce development programming. Our Disney volunteers are at the heart of this effort, dedicating their time to talents to help prepare students for the job market and adult life. Tonight, we are thrilled to announce that in celebration of the 70th anniversary of Disneyland Resort, we are granting an additional $1 million to 10 different organizations serving Anaheim residents. Since 2017, we have donated nearly $9 million through this program and have positively impacted more than 40,000 Anaheim residents. These efforts have not only made a difference in the lives of students and job seekers, but they have forever impacted our Disney volunteers who serve as mentors and facilitators. In addition to this work, we have another exciting community announcement. For 70 years, Disneyland Resort, the happiest place on earth, has called the city of Anaheim its home. In celebration of our 70th anniversary and to bring a touch of Disney magic out to the neighbors, we will be hosting 15 events across all 6 districts in the city through 70 happiest hours in Anaheim. That's right, between August 20th and August 22nd for 70 hours, Disneyland Resort cast members will be popping up at different locations throughout the city to spread cheer. These activities are designed specifically for the residents of Anaheim, so we are not broadly sharing the details of these events. So keep your eyes peeled because you will never know where we're going to show up. We look forward to celebrating 7 years with all of you all. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. I am here to represent the Anaheim Chamber Singers Choir. My name is Karina Gonzalez. They performed in a festival last year in San Diego and won the Gold Award along with the spirit of the festival. They represented their school with kindness and good character. And we just wanted to bring this cause to you because they have been invited to perform in New York at the Carnegie Hall for the festival there in the spring of 2026. Obviously, the families are experiencing, some of them, a lot of hardships, and the cost is pretty elevated. But these are wonderful students, and we just want to be able to hopefully bring them at another date and present this, and hopefully get support from our community or council members or anywhere. Obviously, the parents that are going to be fundraising for this cause. Like I said, it's about $2,800 per student, and we just wanted to come here and kind of get the ball rolling, let you know. It's about 20 students, so it is a challenge, but it was a great accomplishment, and we'll have an official presentation for you guys later, or hopefully bring the students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And can you share or email the council and me for just some information on the event and well as if you have any GoFundMe pages or anything so we can share it with some of our community leaders?
I appreciate that. Yes, they will be registering. So there will be a GoFundMe that doesn't kind of take funds from the cause. That will be set up shortly, and we'll be meeting on the 28th, so I will send that email. Thank you. And the video is beautiful of when they won and how they represented Anaheim High School in San Diego is beautiful. You'll enjoy it. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, soy Susana Galán. Mi visita es para pedir el apoyo para nuestros estudiantes de Anaheim High School. El coro ha ganado muchos concursos, se les invitó a ir a Nueva York. El lugar donde se va a hacer ha sido visitado por Frank Sinatra, Elvis Presley, y no cualquiera llega a ese lugar. El costo es algo elevado. Nos hemos organizado los padres de familia para pedir fondos. Y yo confié en ustedes. Dije, vamos a poner la propuesta y a ver qué sale. Tengo mucha fe en ustedes. También venía por una pregunta sobre el fondo que está para los residentes de Anaheim. He visto que se tiene que ir a aplicar en persona, pero Muchas de las personas que están necesitando este fondo no están yendo porque tienen miedo de salir. Hay personas que de verdad se la viven encerrados en su casa y no salen. Entonces me gustaría que los fondos que son destinados para estas personas lleguen a ellos. En Santana se hizo digitalmente. No sé por qué aquí tiene que ir en persona, pero no sé cómo se hayan organizado. Por último, vengo a alzar la voz para la comunidad de Ponderosa, ya que las troquitas que están en este lugar están siendo acosadas con tickets de diario, cuando ellos están pagando un permiso y están pagando impuestos. Entonces la gente se siente discriminada y acosada. Bueno, es todo. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. I'm Susana Galan, a community leader from Pauline Street. My reason here is to ask for a space for the students, for the high school students. Anaheim has a choir, has choir students, and they won 3 times their gold medals in a local level, and they're going to San Diego, and they were invited to represent their school in New York City. So the cost is very elevated. So that's why I'm asking you for help and to the city of Anaheim, and I would like an appointment with you so we can talk about the proposed and a program, a travel program, so they can see their needs. So I also want to ask, why does the fund to help the residents of Anaheim is not digital? So people are afraid to go out and go to certain government spaces. So I would like to ask for those helps in digital form. And lastly, I come to raise my voice for the food trucks of Ponderosa, where they're being harassed and discriminated against by the police department with tickets when they have their permits. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening. We are here today to ask you to allocate necessary funds to resurface the Olive Hills tennis courts. These courts were built in 1970, which means they were built prior to most homes in Anaheim Hills and the surrounding city. The courts are in a beautiful location that we all love, and we would all love to remain at the current location. It is not just a matter of athletic privilege, but a question of communal necessity. Access to safe and functional public sports facility is a right that every resident should enjoy. Resurfacing the tennis courts would not only enhance the safety and quality of its facility, but would also show that the city leaders are committed to fostering a healthy and engaged community. For years, family, children, and seniors in Anaheim have found a home on Olive Hills Tennis Court. This space has been more than just a place to play tennis. It's a hub of activities, social interaction, physical exercise, critical to our health and happiness. These courts serve as a gathering place where generations come together to learn, play, and bond. For many of us, playing tennis at Olive Hills is not just a sport, but a vital component for our daily exercise routine, essential for maintaining mental and physical well-being. Regrettably, the condition of the tennis courts has been a serious concern. Cracked and uneven areas are not only an eyesore, but it's an embarrassment to our city. In its current state, the facility falls short of serving its purpose as a welcoming environment for everyone. Improving the Olive Hills tennis courts will encourage an active lifestyle, aligning with the public health recommendation that highlights the importance of regular exercise. We propose resurfacing Olive Hills tennis courts, ensuring that they remain on a safe and inviting place for all residents of Anaheim. Such improvements will not only restore the courts to their former glory, but also increase their usability, attracting more residents and fostering a strong sense of community. We are calling upon the City Council, Parks and Recreation, and the
Ma'am,
mayor.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. I have a signed petition for 437 people, so. Thank you.
Our next speaker, if they could step forward. Eric Chen.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Chin. I own 2 buildings in Anaheim, and turned out my insurance company asked me to upgrade electrical panel. My contractor, first time I hired it, he won't finish all the job because at the end, I think he couldn't do that kind of job. The problem is upgrade pull the wire to be number 6, which is a big wire. I just lost it over here. Anyway, I still have one piece of here. This is the number 6 wire. It's very hard to turn any angle. And he won't finish his job because I think he cannot finish it. So I had a problem, so I went to city planning department. I talked to Mr. Richardson, and he told me this is a problem of the city. Maybe you can do the best for us, for my case. And I think if you try this wire, it's not easy to pull from 4 wires, plus the conduit is 3/4 inch small. So it takes a long time to pull this job. That's why he doesn't want to spend his money to do it. So Mr. Richardson asked me to come to here to tell you this problem because the regulation of the state say your meter increase to 60 amps, then the wire should put to big like this. And he had no choice because he tied his hand, upgrade to number 6. At this time, we had number 8, which is still can take the big appliance in each apartment. So he asked me to come over here to let you people know maybe the regulation of the city portion can go back to number 8. Okay, that's the reason he sent me here, so I can present my case to you people. If you decide to help me, or city and later on to change to the upgrading, go back to regular wire, which I have been on since 1980, and there's no problem of this kind of wire. So this is the problem. I come down here today to ask you people change the regulation because the state said you had to go up once meter go to 60 amps. The wire should be big like this.
Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, your time is up.
And he says this is the problem
Thank
I
you.
have.
Mr. Chen, could you, right in the back of the room behind you, there's a gentlewoman that is waving. If you could speak with her, and then she can get an email back to us about your case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You. Yeah, bye.
Our next speaker.
Matthew Duncan, here tonight to report to you on a news story you may have seen in the past week regarding a 6-year-old boy who was attacked by a coyote at Del Amo Park in the city of Carson, which is in Los Angeles County, just down the 91 freeway. Anyway, the boy was out on, it was during a night softball game, and the boy was out on the field, and coyote came up and attacked him. The coyote did run away when the boy's mom approached, but the boy was bitten. So I went over to that park 2 nights ago, and the first thing I noticed was that the trash cans did not have lids. One of the cans was even tipped over. Well, that's not a good thing. That's, again, we've talked about attractants, what attracts wildlife. But anyway, so I started documenting what I was observing. They did have a warning sign up, but the sign was not about coyotes, but it was not posted until the day after the boy was bitten. So anyway, a warden from Fish and Wildlife arrived, and so we talked about this incident, and he told me that the coyote has not been caught. The Department of Fish and Wildlife was able to obtain DNA from the coyote's saliva that was on the boy's clothes. But, and he was there. He said they've been coming every night hoping that the coyote might come back. If this coyote comes back, he's going to be killed. The department has the DNA, so they're not going to trap, and they've hired a trapper. They're not going to trap and indiscriminately kill a coyote because it's a coyote. They're going to trap and kill the aggressive coyote. So that's a big difference between what other people do. So I just wanted to also mention, as I run out of time here, that the 150-yard rule does not apply. We've talked about this. I know the city is actually following this regulation now. It does not apply in this situation if a human is bitten. So, last thing, tomorrow and Thursdays, the California Fish and Game Commission meets in Sacramento if you're interested in speaking to the commission. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Martina Estrada.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Martina Estrada.
Sí, gracias.
Mi nombre es Martina Estrada. Junto con mi esposo somos dueños de Ashley en Chucho Produce. Durante 10 años hemos sido parte de Poderosa, nuestra comunidad, donde construimos un negocio honesto que nos permitió educar a nuestra hija, quien actualmente asiste en un colegio de Fullerton. Como dueños responsables, cumplimos con la ley. Contamos con los 3 permisos vigentes que la ciudad, policía y la salud. Pagamos todos nuestros impuestos cada año, ofrecemos comidas frescas a familias que no tienen acceso a cercanos supermercados, y nos hemos convertido en un apoyo emocional para muchos. Durante la pandemia fuimos considerados servicios esenciales, tomando órdenes por teléfono entregando pedidos en puerta, especialmente para las familias con niños que no podían salir. No solo brindamos nuestro servicio a nuestros vecinos, sino que vamos más allá a entregar personalmente nuestros productos. A los miembros de nuestra comunidad mayores discapacitados que no pueden recoger sus propios alimentos. Hoy sufrimos acoso por nuestro color, trabajo e idioma. Desde febrero, un oficial de policía nos ha multado constantemente. $79 por supuesta troca demasiado grande. Y ha amenazado con quitárnosla, nuestro sustento, a pesar de que nunca hemos tenido problemas en estos 10 años. Con la comunidad ni con las autoridades. Este hostigamiento ha generado miedo constante. Escucho un moto, mi cuerpo reacciona. Soy diabética, el estrés me ha provocado, mis niveles de azúcar han salido demasiado elevados. Mis pies están hinchados con ámpulas por la causa de la azúcar alta. Hoy no estoy trabajando los estudios de mi hija en Fullerton. Él es en peligro por falta de ingresos. Cumplimos con nuestros permisos, pagamos impuestos, servimos con dignidad. No puede seguir la discriminación.
Señora.
¿Quiénes trabajamos?
Señora, perdón, pero ya se pasó el tiempo.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Martina Estrada. My husband and I are the owners of Ashley and Chucho's Produce. For 10 years, we have been part of the Ponderosa community located in District 4. Our community where we build an honest business that allowed us to educate our daughter, who currently attends a school in Fullerton, California. As responsible owners, we comply with the law. We have all 3 valid permits, city, police, and health, and pay all of our taxes every year. We offer fresh food to families who do not have access to nearby supermarkets and have become an emotional support for many. During the pandemic, we were considered an essential service, taking orders by phone and delivering orders to their door, especially for families with children who could not go outside. Not only do we provide our services to our neighbors, but we go above and beyond by personally delivering the produce to the elderly and the disabled members of our community who are unable to up and pick up their groceries. Today, we suffer harassment because of our color, our work, our language. Since February, a police officer had continuously fined us $79 for an allegedly oversized vehicle and threatened to take away our livelihood, even though we have never had any problems in the community with the authorities in the past 10 years. This harassment has caused us to constant fear. If I hear a motorcycle, my body reacts. I am a diabetic, and stress has altered my sugar levels. I have developed blisters, and my feet are swollen. My doctor confirms this. Today I'm not working, and my daughter's studies in Fullerton are in jeopardy because of lack of income. We comply with our permits. We pay our taxes. We serve with dignity. The criminalization of those of us who work honestly cannot continue. This harassment must end, and we demand an immediate solution.
Our next speaker.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Mariana, fui líder comunitaria del Distrito 4 y actualmente vivo en Riverside. Durante mi tiempo como voluntaria en Anaheim, me gané el respeto y la confianza de muchas personas en varios distritos. Y hoy hablo en representación de ellas. Desde junio, vecinos de Ponderosa me han reportado que un oficial de policía con su badge number 2214 llega regularmente para darles multas, remolcar sus autos. Esto comenzó en febrero. No es un caso aislado. Al compartir su foto en nuestras redes sociales, vecinos del Distrito 3 y del Distrito 2 lo reconocieron. La mayoría de estas comunidades, ¿qué creen? Son latinas. ¿Es esta la relación que la policía de Anaheim quiere tener con las comunidades? Este oficial no aparece en Anaheim Hills u otras zonas más privilegiadas. Esto se llama racismo estructural. Además, siempre llega con una misma compañía de grúas. Qué casualidad, que manejan sin precaución en nuestras comunidades. Tenemos videos, por si quieren verlos. El oficial con número 2214 incluso dijo que Ponderosa es la única comunidad que le causa problemas. ¿A qué se refiere con eso? Los más afectados han sido dueños de trocas con multas de $79 y sus vehículos de trabajo remolcados. Estos empresarios pagan impuestos y permisos a la ciudad, a la policía y al Departamento de Salud y operan legalmente. Ninguno de esos permisos exige un tamaño específico. Ese es el pretexto que utiliza el oficial. Sin embargo, su vocero, Mike Listers, dijo que es debido a la falta de estacionamiento. ¿A quién le creemos? Ese dinero que las familias pagan en multas o corralón es el dinero que necesitan para alimentar a sus hijos, pagar renta, poner comida en la mesa. ¿Les parece justo? El 29 de junio lanzamos un sondeo en nuestra página de Madres en Acción Ponderosa con la pregunta ¿apoyas a las troquitas de Ponderosa? Una semana después realizamos una encuesta en línea con preguntas sobre historias de cómo estas troquitas son necesarias en la comunidad. Y el 20 de julio recolectamos firmas en apoyo a las troquitas. Estos dueños de trocas no piden favores, piden trabajar dignamente. Como la señora Alicia, que ustedes van a escuchar, que ahorró toda su vida para comprar su troca y vivir dignamente. ¿Y ahora qué? Enfrenta multas injustas. Durante más de 20 años, las troquitas han dado empleo a mamás de Ponderosa, alimentado familias, ayudado en crisis durante como el COVID y llevado alimentos frescos hasta las casas de quienes no podían salir. Hoy, cuando se nos ataca por nuestro color de piel, idioma y trabajo, siguen siendo un apoyo esencial. Alcaldesa, concejales, escucha a sus constituyentes, son suyos, protéjanlos del abuso de autoridad. Necesitamos transparencia. ¿Por qué este oficial solo va a comunidades latinas? ¿Y por qué solo trabaja con una compañía de grúa? Hay que seguir limpiando la casa, señora concejal. Gracias. I have this for you, Miss Concejal Norma Campos Course. And one for you. And this is the signatures. I don't want to share with you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mariana. I was a community leader for many years in District 4, and I currently live in Riverside. During my time volunteering in Anaheim, I earned the respect and trust of many people across several districts, and today I speak on their behalf. Since June, neighbors in Ponderosa have reported to me that a police officer, badge number 2214, regularly issues them tickets and has their vehicles towed. This began in February. This is not an isolated case. When we shared his photo on social media, neighbors from other districts like 3 and 2 also identified him doing the same. And interesting, mostly of these communities are Latino communities. Is this the relationship Anaheim police want with their communities? This is just harassment. This is not just harassment. This is structural racism. Why does this officer not appear in Anaheim Hills or other more privileged areas? Also, he always arrives with the same tow truck company, which drives recklessly through our streets. We have videos. Officer 2214 even said that Ponderosa is the only community causing him problems. What does this mean? The most affected have been pickup truck owners fined $79 and having their truck vehicles towed. These business owners pay taxes and permits to the city, the police, and the health department to operate legally. None of these permits specify vehicle size, yet that is the excuse the officer uses. However, your city spokesperson, Mike Lister, said this is due to the lack of parking. Who should we believe? The money those families pay in fines or to retrieve their vehicles is money they need to feed their children, the paid rent, and put food on the table. Does that seem fair to you? On June 29, we launched a poll on our Madres en Acción Ponderosa page asking for support to Ponderosa trucks. We received 48 responses. 1 week later, we conducted an online survey with questions about stories showing how essential these trucks are to the community with similar results. And one On July 20th, we started to collect more than 1,000 signatures door to door in Ponderosa, back in their trucks. Maybe some wonder why are there more than 1,000 people in Ponderosa? Yes, many homes, multiple families living together to afford the high rent. A problem still exists without solution today. Perhaps this is lack of affordable housing is the real reason there isn't enough parking in these communities, not the presence of trucks, at worst occupy 6 parking spaces. Why does the community always have to come here to defend themselves and prove what is happening? Why they believe? These truck owners aren't asking for favors. They're asking to work with dignity, like Mrs. Alicia, who saved her whole life to buy her truck and live her old age with dignity, and now faces unfair fines. For over 20 years, these trucks have provided jobs to moms in Ponderosa, feed their families, and help during crises like COVID by delivering fresh food to those who couldn't leave their homes. Today, when we are attacked for our skin color, language, and work, they remain an essential support. I'm here to ask to protect your constituents, Mayor and council members. We need transparency about why this officer targets only these communities and why he works only with the one tow truck company. We need to keep cleaning the house. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Alicia Rivera. Alicia Rivera. Followed by Sandra Rivera.
I will be reading for her in Spanish and in English, being that she has difficulty reading. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alicia, soy residente de Ponderosa por más de 40 años. Durante 10 años ahorré una cantidad fuerte que invertí en una troca que son conocidas como supermercado ambulante, con el cual pensé iba a cubrir mis necesidades en mi tercera edad. Como ustedes ven, soy una persona adulta y mayor que no puedo ya hacer esfuerzos físicos. En el mes de mayo, mi troca, sustento de mi vida, fue remolcada y se fue colocada al corralón. La saqué de ahí pagando alrededor de $800, dinero que conseguí con esfuerzo. Mi troca se descompuso y hasta el día de hoy, sin dinero, no he podido arreglarla. No tengo trabajo porque un oficial decidió atacar mi sustento que con esfuerzo y dedicación compré. No tengo dinero, no tengo forma de sobrevivir. Hoy estoy aquí porque quiero algo sencillo, trabajar sin acoso. No pido ayuda, pido que me dejen ganarme mi sustento de diario a diario con mi propio esfuerzo. Mi troca tiene todos los permisos. Déjenme trabajar en paz. Alto al acoso de policía de Anaheim. Good afternoon. My name is Alicia. I am a resident of Ponderosa for over 40 years. During the last 10 years, I saved my life savings, which I've invested in a truck, which is known as a mobile supermarket, with which I thought I was going to be able to cover my expenses through my older age. As you can see, I am I'm an elderly person, which I cannot do a lot of physical labor. And in the month of May, my truck, which is the only way that I have to sustain myself, was towed and impounded. I was able to get it out, paying about $800, money that I had to get very difficultly. My truck has now broken down, and even now I have no money, no way to fix it. I have no work because an officer has decided to take away the only way that I have to sustain myself with such efforts and dedication, which I purchased myself. I don't have money. I don't have a way to survive. Today I am here to ask for something very simple, which is allow me to work. I am not asking for anything else but to be allowed to work and sustain myself with my own efforts and with dignities. My truck is everything that I had, and it has all of the permits required. Please let me work in peace. Stop the harassments from the Anaheim Police Department.
Our next speaker, if they could step forward, Sandra Rivera, and then she would be followed by Vern Nelson.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Sandra Rivera. Soy propietaria de Lupita Produce, negocio que he trabajado por 25 años en la comunidad de Poderosa. Tengo todos mis permisos en regla, pago mis taxes, permisos con Health Department y la ciudad de Anaheim. El motivo por el cual estoy acá es porque desde el mes de febrero del 2025 hemos estado siendo multados por un policía con una multa de $70 en veces 3 veces por semana o más. Esto hace que mi estado de ánimo esté muy mal. Mi negocio es el medio por el cual yo pago mis gastos, renta, biles. Lo único que deseo es que nos dejen trabajar en paz. Necesitamos una solución para poder despertar en paz y no pensar que el policía va a ir a multar. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Rivera. I am the owner of Lupita Produce, a business that I have worked in for 25 years in the community of Ponderosa. I have all of my permits. I pay all of my taxes. I have everything the way it's supposed to be, all of the permits from the health department and from the city of Anaheim. The reason for why I am here today is because in the month of February of 2025, we have been receiving citations and tickets from the police department with up to $79, even 3 times a week, these charges. And this is bringing me down, my emotional state. It's very, very badly right now. My business is the way in which I pay for all of my expenses, my rent, my bills. And the only thing that I request is that I be left alone to work. This is what I wish to do, to be able to work in peace. We need a solution to be able to live in peace and work in peace. This is all that I'm requesting for, and not to be harassed by the police department and receive tickets.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, and then followed by Mike Robbins.
Hey, guys, my friend Izzy is number 28, but he has to leave at 6:30, so can I switch places with him? All righty, here's Izzy.
Thank you, City Council.
All right, I'd say sorry, but I'm really not. I'd like to preface this with a quote by Assata Shakur, who I hope you know by now since my last appearance here. Nobody in the world, nobody in history has ever gotten their freedom by appealing to the moral sense of the people who were oppressing them. I'm glad you joined the lawsuit with Los Angeles and Santana, but this is the bare minimum. It's what all cities should already be doing. I applaud the effort, but your actions remain confined to paperwork and court filings, clerical wins that, while necessary, do not confront the reality in the streets while we stand in the heat outside Home Depot watching for unmarked vehicles and pulling people out of harm's way. You remain in chambers signing motions and doing press releases. 27 people have been kidnapped by the Trump Gestapo at the Home Depot by burglars. Do you know that? Do you have that number memorized? How does that not make you angry? How does it not make you want to come out and work with us directly? Change does not come from a desk alone. It comes from putting your voice and your body where the danger is. Unless your presence matches your proclamations, our communities will remain unprotected, and they have been. Alongside your press debut, some of you have been blatantly lying on social media and in public. Carlos Leon, why are you on Instagram stating that there haven't been ICE raids on days that there have been? On July 29th, he posted about quiet streets. When down the road from this building, a man was apprehended by several ICE agents. And we know that because we're there. Our dedication has not been to go to ICE raids after. We're there before. We're putting all our energy into trying to stop them from happening, not to take photos of them after the fact. I want to go out with my old friends and enjoy my life. I want to do everything that I used to do, but America's not what it once was. We all have to adapt. Our lives are being completely suppressed. How the hell do you think you're going to change this administration by signing motions when they're violating the law? These men behind me risk their lives every single day. We post up with our little table and tarp and receive food donations from the community, not from you. Alongside getting harassed by neo-Nazi sympathizers, and tell me, where are you when we're out there? Yesterday, I showed up at 8 o'clock in the morning and left at 8 p.m. I have 2 jobs. I got shit to do too. I saw so many known ICE vehicles. It's so ridiculous that you can't be out there and documenting this and being on track of what we're already doing. We're doing the job for you. This is our city. And if you're going to continue to allow your fear of the hotel powerhouse to stop you from direct action, then we'll have to take matters in our own hands. So with all due respect, fuck the entire Trump administration, fuck being afraid, and fuck Meeks for wanting to speak out against funding Contigo. Free Palestine.
Were you going to pass them out to the council members? Please.
Mr. Robbins, you can continue.
Sure. I did give you some pictures. A true democracy, first I'm going to start off with, a true democracy is not the mere counting of voices, but the elevation of reason and justice above the noise of selfish desires. But I'm not here to talk about the disassociative avarice of many politicians. I had some damage done to my car in the parking lot at the city council meetings. Broken antenna and my car was keyed. I sent a nice letter to the mayor in the hopes she might let perpetrators know that this is crossing the line. So the mayor sent in the police force. Altogether, there were a slew of officers. I got a call from an officer to get a statement. I got an email from another officer who asked for a written statement and pictures too. Then I was called in for a meeting with two officers. I was there for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, well, a long time. I was telling them about the car, the dirty, mean, nasty things that were done to my beautiful antique car. And there were 24 8x12 glossy photos. They did fingerprinting, RNA tests, and DNA tests. Experts were called in from around the country to examine and peruse evidence and enhanced video. After thousands of dollars in detailed police work, the final results were just a suggestion to me by the officers. They said, try to stay away from the suspected perp. And then we all sang, you can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant. Walk right in around the back, just a half a mile from the railroad track. You can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant. And I will say, just a word from the mayor, several police officers were contacted about a scratch on my car, and I think that the city council, in all of their righteousness, can just turn to the police and say about your problem, especially in Ponderosa, that that's just wrong, and there's no reason to follow up on that. All of them have that right, and especially the mayor. Thank you very much. And thanks for all the police officers to help me.
As each meeting approaches, people begin asking me what I'm going to be talking on. There are so many choices. Disneyland and their puppet master control of the city council, the fact that Disneyland is poisoning not only the residents, but the tourists as well with the nightly fireworks show, or the fact that we all suspect the mayor will be attempting to sell Angel Stadium soon. I could talk about Carol Lee Darnell as a Disneyland lobbyist who sits on the OCTA Citizens Oversight Committee and her conflict of interest. The list of topics goes on and on. However, I choose to talk on corruption, the fact that this city remains rife with corruption. In fact, I'd say that nothing has changed since the Sadu-O'Neill regime. We have a mayor who has become used to receiving lavish gifts that are rarely reported. Will this mayor report the gifts of free fair admission, free concert tickets at the fair, and the very luxurious dinners at the fair this year that she attended? Will this mayor report the luxurious trips to Washington, D.C., taken as an Anaheim resident? There was a very extravagant trip taken to Mito, Japan in April of 2024, paid for by the residents. This was a week-long trip, and there is absolutely no mention of it on her calendar that is supposed to be transparent. In fact, she even took her family with her. We have a mayor who cannot seem to maintain her monthly calendar with accurate information because there is an extreme attempt to keep secrets. So let's touch on the Qatar trip, which was kept a very tight secret. Other mayors chose to go public with the trip info and were advised not to go by their city's attorneys. But our mayor posted a calendar that omitted the trip altogether. Then when the details were exposed during public comments, her calendar was revised to show the trip, even though the details were inaccurate. So who was she communicating with during the meeting when she should have been listening to residents? Your guess is as good as mine. And now guess what? Qatar has been removed from her calendar again. She even states on her calendar that she attended events here while she was in Qatar, when in actuality, she took her husband and they added a few days in Dubai to the trip. It's a strange game of hide and seek that she is playing with Anaheim residents. Now on to Natalie. According to the Voice of OC, as Natalie sits on the OC Fair Board, she feels entitled to all the perks, even though it's technically a volunteer position for what claims to be a nonprofit. She has taken $4,500 worth of free tickets to Orange County Fair concerts and over $18,000 worth of free tickets taken from the city of Anaheim over the past year. $18,000. Can you imagine? The sense of entitlement and privilege that is exhibited by these two elected officials is mind-boggling. Our city is neglected. Our residents are terrorized. There is no rent control or evictions moratorium. There's no peace, and yet they're out there taking and taking. Anaheim deserves better than to be ruled by corporations and corrupt politicians. The residents deserve better. Where is the ethics officer?
Ms. Robbins, I'm sorry, your time is up.
The very expensive ethics officer hired by the city to keep you in line. What is he doing?
My name is Stephanie, and I'm here alarmed that Disneyland corporate interests are calling the shots on our streets, our health, and our democracy. Behind the magic, Disney doesn't just influence Anaheim's politics, it owns the playbook. In the 2020 election, Disney spent millions to oust reformers and install loyalists on this council. That's corporate money rewriting our democracy. We've seen a study never read, streets sold without appraisal, and health agencies looking the other way. That's environmental injustice and public health neglect. Disney writes the rules, Disney values our streets, Disney calls the shots on our air and water. That's private profit, not public good. Todd Ament, former CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, pleaded guilty to federal charges. His sentencing keeps getting delayed because he's cooperating with investigators. That flashing red light means Anaheim's political machine is under federal scrutiny. Disneyland Forward, a $1 billion rezoning plan passed on the back of a study Disney paid for and no one here ever read. That bulldozers over traffic, housing, and environmental concerns. While Anaheim teeters on the brink of insolvency, Disney rakes in billions every year. A modest Disneyland gate tax, just $2 per ticket, would generate upwards of $50 million annually to repair our roads, bolster our schools, and fund first responder staffing. Yet Disney is adamantly opposed to sharing its windfall, pouring millions into a council races to install allies who will veto any tax that chips away at park profits. The profit-protecting crusade starves Anaheim out of desperately needed revenue. The refusal to invest in Anaheim isn't abstract. It plays out every night when Disneyland's fireworks shower perchlorate and other toxins over our homes, while AQMD sits silent and even convened an asthma conference at the Disneyland Hotel. This isn't just a light show, it's an environmental justice crisis for families forced to live downwind. Live West Nile virus mosquitoes have been found in the Anaheim resort area, yet vector control doesn't test inside Disneyland. That's a public health failure, prioritizing Disney's interest over ours. This isn't just a broken system, it's a captured one. Anaheim's government has become a subsidiary of corporate power, trading public trust for campaign cash and sweetheart deals. We call on the FBI to step in, investigate pay-to-play politics, prosecute those responsible, and restore Anaheim's government to the people it's meant to serve. And to this council, refuse corporate money, demand independent, transparent studies, implement a fair gate tax on admissions, and put Anaheim's residents first. To my neighbors, show up, speak up, vote, and remind our
Ma'am, I'm
leaders
sorry, your
they
time
work
is
for
up.
us and we deserve better.
Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Steven Acevedo. I've been here in Anaheim 35 years. My friend Izzy and colleague actually took the words out of my mouth. He said everything that I was gonna say. I've been there since last week, trying to take care of our local neighbors, friends, family. I'm also a local business owner. We've been in family for 35 years. We've lost business, we've lost employees. I've seen people being taken by ICE in our parking lots. I feel that you guys lack a lot of, I don't know, you guys are just not there. I was there with Milagro as well. I did 36 hours in Anaheim Global. You guys were not there. I've been patrolling these streets more than you guys have. We need better leadership. I feel like we need people that are actually in the city patrolling on the floor with our people. Also, to a comment to that cop that said that people from Ponderosa Park are the problem. I'm actually from there. I grew up there. I'm a business owner. I graduated high school. I have a bachelor's. So to him, I don't know. But also for the people in Ponderosa, you guys have a voice, and I'm here for you guys. Like I said, I grew up there, so I'm here for you guys.
Our next speaker.
Buenas tardes, yo soy Esteban, soy de Anaheim. Yo estoy aquí porque, pues, la verdad, la migra nos tiene asustados. En la Hondipo de la Brucos y la Crecen ya cayó 5 veces. Cayó el 19 de junio, se llevaron a 10. El 21 de junio se llevaron a 1. El 3 de julio se llevaron a 5. El 5 de julio se llevaron a 1 y el 8 de agosto 8. Ya se llevaron a 25 amigos. Ya nos tienen asustados. Ya no hay trabajo, ya no hay nada, ya no vamos a tener ni para comer, ni para la renta ya. Está duro así, pues, pero ¿qué pues, se puede hacer, a ver? El canijo. ¿Sí?
My name is Esteban. I live in Anaheim. We're really scared for immigration. They have taken a lot of people on July 19, 10 people, on July 13, 5 people. He mentioned several dates. They've taken another 5, another person. We are really scared. We have no work. We don't have way to pay for a rent. We're really scared. We need your help.
Next speaker, Coco.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Maynor López. Vengo porque también sobre el problema de Hondipo y uno de los primeros se llevaron a mi hermano y no sé razón de nada ahorita de él. Ya tiene como 2 meses. No puedo comunicarme, no puedo ni allá en mi país ni aquí, no tengo comunicación con él. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maynor Lopez. We are having those problems with Home Depot. They took my brother 2 months ago, and I have no way to locate him. There's no communication. I'm really scared, and I need to get in touch with him. There's no communication with him.
So our next speaker, I don't know if this is Coco or Miguel.
Oh, this is Miguel Cardenas and everything else. I've been living in Anaheim for almost 25 years and everything else. And from my point of view and everything else, I've seen that there have been a lot of immigrants and everything else taking my friends and everything else, especially work. And it's hard for us to try to look for a job and everything else because consider we can't go nowhere too. I have kids too as well. I have like 2 of them and everything else, and they're actually scared from their point of view, seeing this, and my mom right now too. She barely got deported. She's been in Mexico almost for like six months and everything else, and it's kind of hard for me to actually speak to her and everything else because she always been here for us and everything. And from my point of view, I'm just trying to say that it's really, my kids are getting scared. I have one 5 years old and 1 8 years old. They want to come out and they always want to stay inside and everything else. And I'm trying to push it out there to work, but at the same time, it's just, there's no work out there, nothing like that. I'm just trying to do my best for my kids and everything else because it's hard for them and everything else. They they don't see their dad no more working and just kind of slowing down. It's just here and there. It comes and goes. But I'm trying my best and everything else to do what I can do, but it's just with all this going on, it's kind of considered as just like, it's really hard, but one step at a time, I guess. So we're trying to do the best we can, but honestly, just all this immigration thing is going on. It's kind of so difficult right now for us, and we're trying to do our best.
Our next speaker, Danny.
Muy buenas, mi nombre es Luis Hernández. Tengo un par de palabras nada más que preocupa este gobierno. Llevo 2 meses de no trabajar. Vivo en una troca y no hay ayuda de nada. Gracias.
Just a couple of things. I have no work for 2 months. I have a truck and there's no work. That's all.
The next speaker, Fernanda.
Buenas tardes. Our community has been experiencing a public health crisis. I know y'all created the Anaheim Contigo page to keep our community aware of kidnappings taking place in our neighborhoods and support with bills. However, I have not heard of one community member receive access to these funds. In fact, my family was put on a wait list because supposedly the funds already ran out. I would like to know where those funds went and how many funds or how many families have actually been supported. I also didn't see that the page reported the last raid that happened at our local Home Depot. You know, the one on Brookhurst, the one where our community members, you know, your constituents who look for work with dignity every single day in the sun without access to an AC, a comfy desk, or even a bathroom. The last raid that happened there was on August 2nd, Saturday at 7:30 a.m. It was not reported on anywhere in the page. They also took and kidnapped 8 of our community members. And none of them have told me that y'all have gone out there to check in on them, to offer them any kind of support or even talk to them. They're still risking their lives every single day out there because they need to bring food on the table. They get no days off, and now the job opportunities are decreasing. I heard a story of a community member who fought with his wife because his wife asked him to stay home that day so he wouldn't have to risk his life. That was the day that he was kidnapped, and his wife didn't get to see him come home that day. They have a family, and now they're separated, and he's in Mexico, and there's no way to get them together unless she decides to self-deport. And I'm sure y'all have never had to go through that tough decision, but I just would appreciate it if you would put yourselves in that position for one minute and really think about what it would be like to be separated from your family, from your children. And to be together, it means having to leave your life here and your comfortability, having your kids adopt somewhere else because of the way that our city is not protecting us. So y'all have to do a better job. We need to know where these funds are going. We need to know that they're actually reaching the families, and we need y'all to show up for our jornaleros who are at Home Depot every single day. I know y'all get 2 days off, but they get 0. Please do a better job.
Honorable concejal y honorables distritos, mi nombre es Amado Suárez. Creo que si vengo aquí para hablar con ustedes es porque también he tenido problemas tanto de trabajo como todo ese problema que no son de ustedes, que son federales, pero no nos han dejado tener dinero ni comer, quizá para muchas cosas que son útiles para la familia. Yo tengo un hijo de 15 años y ahorita que entra a la escuela se me complican las cosas. Sé que es difícil para mí porque a lo mejor un día le voy a faltar, porque si en algo que no tengo, yo sé que a lo mejor la última vez que los veo, porque a lo mejor no lo voy a ver, porque tengo cáncer. Y a lo mejor ya no lo vuelvo a ver, pero sí me gustaría trabajar cuando vengan los últimos días de mi vida, que me dejarán en paz. Pero bueno, creo que todo eso es cosa federal, no de ustedes, y lo siento. Pero sí les pediría que si algo pudieran hacer por nosotros, lo haríamos con todo cariño, con todo respeto por seres humanos que somos, que respetémonos a todos, que fuéramos libres, que fuéramos todos libres y fuéramos muy independientes de todos, de que no tuviéramos esos problemas de fascismo, de nazismo, de todo ese problema que existe con los blancos, porque también somos seres humanos y tenemos la sangre roja. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Armando Suarez, and I am here to talk to you about what is going on, about the fact that I cannot go out to work. I cannot provide for my family. I have a 15-year-old in school who I cannot provide for, and as I'm showing you right here, he showed his card. I have also cancer. I have cancer, and I don't know when if I'm not gonna be able to see my family, soon. So, and I like to be able to work at least for as long as I can. I would like to work, and I would want to be able to provide the things that they need. And I'm sorry for us. I just want to work. I want to work. I don't want to be dealing with this racism. And I need assistance, and respectfully, and I would love to be able to be treated as a human being, as I'm also a human being. I also have red blood in me, and I like to have dignity, and I would like to thank you so very much for whatever help you can give to us. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Over the past few weeks, I've been joining my neighbors on community canvases, visiting our small businesses, the ones that are tucked into the neighborhood strip malls in the corners of the city that rarely get visits. These are businesses that are open long before dawn and close long after dark and serve as lifelines to their communities. They employ our neighbors, they feed our families, and they care for our people in ways that go far beyond the confines of commerce. And many of these business owners serve predominantly immigrant communities, and right now I'm sure you understand, they're living with a very real, very present fear that's only grown with the rise of ICE activity across our region. They told us how customers have stopped coming in, even how loyal patrons are afraid to venture out. But perhaps the most salient feedback shared with me that I can share back with you here, that I'd like to encourage you to actively think about, is that when these business owners hear the city talk about supporting and protecting small businesses, they intuitively and painfully don't think that you're referring to them. They aren't the ones getting these grants for development. Their networks are very limited. They're not the ones being invited to roundtables or being asked to weigh in on policy. They share that they feel excluded from that conversation for many reasons, each one more heartbreaking than the last. They feel that it's because they don't have a digital presence or an aesthetic storefront, because they don't speak English as a first language, that they figured that we didn't mean them because no one showed up on their doors to knock. So we did. I joined a few community members, all from District 3, and we went door to door through some of these strip malls. We reintroduced ourselves, we asked questions, we listened, and what we found was powerful. People are willing to talk. They do want to be heard, but they need to be approached in ways that respect their reality, in their language, in person, and with care. I asked one of the women in a neighborhood shop if anyone from the city had come by, any outreach, any conversation, anything, and she looked around her store and she motioned around to her wares, and with this resignation in her voice, she said, "Can you imagine one of them walking into a place like this?" And I said, yes, not only should we imagine it, we should expect it. So today I'm urging you, council, respectfully but with urgency, to deepen your outreach to these small businesses that are too often left behind. That means multilingual engagement. management. That means a culturally competent approach. It means showing up physically, not just digitally or directing folks to a website. It's showing up to places where people already are. It means that we need to build trust before crisis instead of scrambling after one. Este trabajo nos enseña que la equidad no es solamente una palabra bonita, tirar por acá. It means that we need to practice this como disciplina, como práctica, como compromiso. Esto requiere presentarse, escuchar, regresar. Nuestra gente, toda nuestra gente merece ese esfuerzo. That is to say, equity can't just be a word. It is a discipline. It's a daily practice. It has to be a commitment from your end. It requires showing up when it's least convenient, listening when it's least comfortable, and investing when the return is not immediate but deeply transformative over time. So I ask you, please consider—
Mayor, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you. Please consider supporting these small businesses.
We have our next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Armando Romero y también soy dueño de una de las trocas de La Ponderosa. Dice, estoy aquí porque nuestras troquitas de La Ponderosa, que es nuestro sustento de trabajo, somos dueños y venimos a ver a la concejal Norma, que ya no sabemos qué hacer, que porque ya fuimos con la policía, ya venimos con la cónsul y nadie nos ha podido ayudar con nuestro problema de las trocas de La Ponderosa. Resulta que en los últimos meses, ya saben eso, estamos siendo acosados por ciertos policías que se llevan nuestras trocas, nos dan tickets y no nos dejan tramatar. El motivo no sabemos, solamente nos dicen que están haciendo su trabajo y que están demasiado largas las trocas. Pero si eso fuera cierto, ¿para qué nos dan permiso a la ciudad? ¿Para qué nos dieron los permisos? Ya estamos desesperados. Cuando menos esperamos, este policía llega, nos da ticket. Y si anda de mala, se lleva las trocas. No le importa que tengamos permiso, no le importa nada, simplemente se las lleva y tenemos que pagar $545 y aparte el ticket que nos da. Ya estamos desesperados, oigan, porque ese no es nuestro trabajo, ese es nuestro sustento. Por una parte la migración, por otra parte los policías, entonces estamos a la deriva en este país. Que no hay nadie que nos ayude, necesitamos a alguien que nos resuelva este problema, por favor. Nosotros ayudamos a la comunidad. Hay gente que no tiene transporte, que no tiene de dónde moverse. Y olvidan algo de los súper y ahí estamos nosotros para ayudar a la comunidad. Queremos que nos dejen trabajar en paz, con dignidad. Nosotros merecemos eso. Muchas gracias.
Hi, my name is Armando Romero. Good afternoon. I am also part of the Ponderosa lunch food truck, and this is the way that we sustain ourselves. This is what we do for a living, and we cannot work, we cannot relax, and it seems like the police is harassing us. The Ponderosa trucks, sometimes the police officers show up, we have to be in the lookout, and we don't even know why the reason is. We have try to get help through the city. We are trying to get help through the police. Nobody seems to be able to help us. This is why we're coming to you, our city council. With these lunch trucks, we have our permits, and the police officer is telling us that we are constantly receiving tickets, and we don't even know why. They are saying that it's because the trucks are too long. But if that is the case, if our trucks are too long, then why are we receiving permits from the city? We have to constantly be receiving tickets from this police officer, and if he's in a bad mood, he will take our trucks. This is a cost of $545 plus the ticket, and this is very difficult for us. It's a desperate situation because this is our livelihood. We are requesting to please help us solve this problem, to please help us, to support us, because we don't know what to do at this point, but thank you so much for your support.
Buenas tardes, señora alcaldesa. Estoy aquí también porque soy dueña de una troca y estoy aquí porque quiero que nos ayude. No sabemos cómo quitar a este policía de ahí. Nos da un ticket cada día por $79 y estamos estresados totalmente, todos los dueños de las trocas de ahí. Nosotros pensamos que somos unas personas que les damos servicios a todos los vecinos de ahí y pues ellos están contentos, nunca nos han dicho lo contrario. Entonces venimos aquí por una ayuda para que nos dejen trabajar en paz y estamos estresados todos los dueños de las trocas porque llega el policía, nos da ticket por $79 cada día, pues no es justo. Es casi lo que vendemos, como $200 y nos quitan 79, entonces ¿qué vamos a hacer? ¿qué vamos a hacer de lo demás? Entonces necesitamos también su ayuda y venimos aquí para eso. Y también a mí me recogieron la troca y yo pagué 1,500, entonces no es justo. Ese policía llega muy grosero y es racista. 100% seguro que es racista porque él nos llega y nos grita y nos dice cosas que no nos debemos, no merecemos eso. De una persona que es una persona que nosotros respetamos para que llegue y nos grite, pues no es justo. Entonces estamos aquí para que nos ayude usted y no sabemos qué hacer. Por eso estamos aquí y muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Please help us. Okay, I'm here also to talk about the food truck situation. You know, we serve the community. We are constantly helping our neighbors. Our neighbors don't complain. We have never heard any complaints from them. And we are here because we are being harassed by a police officer who gives us $79 tickets almost every day, pretty much every day. That is a lot of money. That is pretty much what we make in a day. And we're having to pay it as a ticket. If you can imagine, we make about $200 and then we pay $79 in fees. Please help us. I myself had my truck towed, and I paid over $1,500 to rescue it and get it back. We don't know what to do. I mean, this is a police officer who is very rude, and we are sure that he's also racist because he comes over, he screams at us, he tells us a lot of bad things that, you know, we shouldn't be hearing from somebody who we respect, who we are supposed to be respecting, and he's here yelling at us. We don't know what to do, but we are here to ask for your help. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I understand you guys still haven't even considered our proposal to have the Anaheim Police help protect our people from lawless federal immigration agents and impersonators by checking their identities and warrants and making sure they follow the law, like police forces in cities like LA and Huntington Park already do, to serve and protect the people of their cities. Maybe you feel it's enough that you started the Anaheim Contigo program and website and joined the ACLU lawsuit, which are both better than doing nothing. Apparently, also, you guys think that the July 11th TRO against indiscriminate raids on groups of people based on how they look or where they're working has solved the problem. What you may not know is over a dozen Anaheim residents have been taken by ICE or ICE impersonators without a warrant since that TRO was issued. Most recently at the Home Depot on Brookhurst on Saturday morning, August 2, right in the middle of Carlos's district. They just swooped in and grabbed 10 guys looking for work, and nobody was around to stop them, in blatant violation of the TRO. And the Anaheim Contigo page mentions this happening in other cities, but not here. So you get the feeling that the page is maintained by a certain public relations guy who has spent many years trying to make everything in Anaheim sound nice and peachy and covering up alarming realities. But this proposal to have our Anaheim police force protect the people from unlawful kidnappings is the next step we should take. Remember, there's Trump's ICE, which is lawless and cruel enough, and then there are ICE impersonators who prey on the community for their own criminal reasons. The day after Huntington Park's police started checking, they caught an impersonator. This could happen here at any time. The Anaheim police have had a rocky relationship with the people of Anaheim over the years, but to see them protecting people against federal overreach and random criminals could be a real big step in bridging the gap of public trust. Obviously, because the chief reports to the city manager in this town, Mr. Vanderpool would need to be involved, and maybe he could write the ordinance based on what Los Angeles and other cities have. And everybody else who's listening, if you see somebody being threatened or taken by ICE or ICE impersonators, you should call 911 for sure and report a kidnapping. Hopefully the police will be helpful, but even if they're not, it's important to lay the groundwork for future legal action. I got to make two announcements now. Anaheim Democrats Club meeting this Thursday night at the Unitarian Church, 511 South Harbor. Our speakers will include the CEO of the new Reformed Chamber of Commerce, Dara Malecki, and also some autonomous defenders of Anaheim's people from Trump's deportation regime. As always, we'll have great food and camaraderie, and we remain proudly uncharted with the DPOC. And Monday night at the Untold Story Bookstore is the next general meeting of Tenants United Anaheim, where members of Tenants United Santa Ana will tell us how they achieved real rent control and managed to elect a progressive council majority at the same time. I've got handouts for both meetings here. See you there. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Yo, how we doing today, the council? So, You know, I just was reading your strategic plan for Anaheim, and I see you guys are trying to enhance livability for residents, right? But how are we enhancing livability for residents if you guys are raising rent? You know, you guys are making these luxury apartments, and you guys are taking away our residents, bro. You're taking away our people, you know? And, you know, that hurts me a lot because, you know, I have family who work at the Home Depot and Brookers, you know, and they depend on that, and they know other people that depend on that for their families. So now you're making people scared to come outside, which shouldn't even be the case. This is a free country, you know what I'm saying? Why are we making people scared to come outside? And why are you guys letting the ICE agents harass the people? Like the other day, my homie, Risky, he got harassed by an ICE agent calling him a beaner and all these other things. So why are we letting that happen here in Anaheim? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, and police harass Mexican food trucks. Why are you guys harassing Mexican food trucks now? You know, why are you guys out here trying to impound cars, trying to give them some tickets, even though they pay their taxes, even though they don't do nothing bad? They're just out here trying to help the community, trying to look out for you, you know? And when you guys like impound these trucks, you know, now they got to pay a lot of money. Sometimes, you know, it's for like reckless driving, right? And you guys have, in the APD, you guys have a 30-day limit for the holding at the impound. Why are we doing that when the police and tow trucks drive as recklessly as we do? You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense. And people rely on cars to drive to their family, and everybody, they know they need to go to work, you know? So why are we doing that? Why are we doing 30 days? We should at least do that to at least 2 weeks, you know? And, you know, and you guys are also impounding cars in neighborhoods. Why are we doing that? Because, you know, there's a lot of crowding in low-income neighborhoods, and you guys just want to, you know, impound these cars where people rely on. Sometimes people don't even have enough money to go and get out the cars, right? And, you know, I also wanted to say, Carlos Leon, bro, why are you posting on Instagram talking about there's no ICE raids when last Saturday there was an ICE raid at Home Depot in your district, bro? Come on. You're not a lion, bro. Your last name means lion, Leon, right? You ain't no lion. You're a house cat, homie. You know what I'm saying? And also I want to say, like, what's up to the ladies on the Anaheim Council, you know? And, you know, if Miss Ashley could take me to Qatar, you know what I'm saying? And if Miss Bubukava can take me to OC Fair, you know what I'm saying? You know, I could be a sugar baby. All right, thank you, everybody.
Hey, John. Laughter is good medicine. Quality takin, he toka masa, ni toka tekpa, ni nahameshika, la sokamati, nochi, and everybody here. I say good afternoon, buenas tardes. This is the future. This is the future right here. For all colors. A mixture of 3-4 different colors. This is what comes together. This is the medicine wheel. And I just want to, I honor the young ones that are here. Es muy cierto. Hermano, hablen. La gente nos está viendo en la tele. Eso es bueno. Que vengan más y más. We need more and more and more. So I want to say a song in Nahuatl, un canto. Hopefully that downtown, that the colonists don't take over the narrative. The colonists were the ones that came from Europe. Los colonistas son los que vinieron de Europa. Hernán Cortés, Colón, mataron, masacraron, hicieron sus leyes, sus prisiones. That's what's going on right now. ICE is the colonists. Los colonistas es el hielo. So I'm going to sing a butterfly song. This is called Way Papalot. So hopefully downtown community center that the Tonguas, the tribe, they're part of the Aztecas. Mexican Indians are American Indians. Way papalo, way papalo, intloke nawake, yolo, way papalo, way papalo, intloke nawake, nawake, yolo. So now, cuando yo diga, we didn't cross the borders. We didn't cross the borders. We didn't cross the borders. For all the human race, no one's illegal on stolen land. And just like that lady from Anaheim Hills, I like that you collected signatures. We have almost 12,000 signatures. City manager, city attorney, please listen to us. City mayor, with all respect, I still won't forget. I love how your husband came out with the traditional, from your culture. I'm ignorant. I need to learn from where he comes from Europe. The beautiful, the tradition where you guys come from. And it's important that we learn, all of us, we're all indigenous. Doesn't matter if you're from Europe, Africa, so-called Latin America, which is the Americas. We had no borders here until the colonists came and divided us and made these laws. But let's listen to what they're saying. Let's come to the front and every action is a prayer. So by taking pictures, it's more than just that. When you're there with the community, they will have that more of the trust and respect. And the one last thing that I do want to say is I like that they're decolonizing the landscape. By the OC vibe, if you go before there by the river, they're taking down a lot of the grass. There's no water in California, and I know the federally recognized tribes are fighting to get that land and those water rights for the human race. And thank you that we're getting rid of the grass and more desert plants. Thank you so much for listening. Con todo respeto, todo respect. Ómate, ajo.
Our next speaker, if they can step forward.
Hello. I want to thank you, dear council, for listening to me. I just came to Anaheim just recently, seeking a home and shelter. I've chosen this place because Anaheim is known to be more supportive of mothers than it is in my county, which I won't name right now. They are actually unsupportive of single mothers who are trying to build a life for themselves with children. So just a few days ago, I came into contact with MASA, which is an Aztec dance group. Immediately, they became supportive of me, and they brought me here to you, dear council, which I'm a little bit still shy. But I appreciate you for listening to me. I ask you for help in a home. It can be any time frame. I'm not demanding, just within a week, a modest, small space for a nursery so I can be a mom. And that's just about it. I don't want to be harassed in the park or by authorities. I don't think I deserve that. I think I deserve more better. And muchas gracias por escuchar. And no puedo quedarme sin jugar en la calle con un bebé. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I don't see Ms. Lazo, but do we have someone from housing that can maybe talk to this young woman about the process? Because I know it can be, oh, I'm so sorry, Sandra. Yeah.
Thank you, City Manager.
First thing, giving honor to God and those on the council that's serving the God of the people. Let's get something straight when we deal with Ponderosa. Anything that's over 22 feet is an oversized vehicle. I know this, I drive an RV. I pay $300 a month for storage because I can't keep it on the street. So I'm getting ready to buy another one at 22 feet so I can keep it in front of my house. So if they're sweating these people over 22 feet, it's against the law. Let's make sure we get that straight. That's an oversized vehicle, 22 feet. Next thing, Anaheim, we know is $6 billion in debt. $6 billion in debt. I want everybody to know, we are getting what we voted for. This is what we got. We're getting what we voted for. We voted for a racist, white, bigoted president. You know what? We've been through this before. 1965, the Immigration Act. Let's go ahead and talk about it. When we were sick, dogs were sucking us, police was beating us up, and it was televised, and we did it in peace. We changed the Immigration Act to include everybody to come in here. This is why America is great, because of its diversity. It's the greatest country in the world because this is diversity. Now, we got suckered Some people said, go ahead and vote for this man, but that's another subject. Now we see. I want for my brown community to know, we've been through this, but we was hung by the trees. So we feel your terror. We feel your pain. We feel when a relative is stolen and taken away from you. This is my point. Our government is supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. That is not the case. It's for the rich. Let's don't get it divided. There's a good white man and there's an evil white man. And you better know the difference between the two. Because if you don't know, that's the same one that's going up in them hills and doing the white-only cities. Because they don't want to associate with anybody because they have a superiority complex. My point is this right here. God didn't make trash. He didn't make trash at all. What we do is have trash in the mind of our politicians. That's what we really do. We have hate. And what is hate? It's a weakness. It's a weakness of insecurity. That's what it is. And to go ahead and do it on the back of these people's back, but I'm gonna tell you this right here. This government don't care about you. Why don't they have rent control? Why is your rent going up every $150?
Mr. Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Every year, because they don't care about you. Let's vote for a government that cares about you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. I'd like to start with an apology. I made a mistake last night at the Planning Commission, and I confused a public hearing with a public workshop, and there's different rules on the time limit. So in the spirit of public engagement, and Matthew Duncan, when you make an error or there's bad news on the side you're representing, you share it with the public, and you work it out. So, where to begin? Couple business items here. I really enjoyed the public engagement tonight, especially from the newer people. And just one tip for them going forward, I like to keep my eyes on the council as others are speaking and see who's looking at the speaker and who's looking down at their phone. Because if you look, you can see the top of their computer screens, and they're generally not focused there. And you know the body language of people holding their phones and that. And the one member who I've noticed consistently pays attention to the speaker, and that's the one I measure as the benchmark, is Kristen Maas. I mean, none of us are perfect, but that's the one I measure. And that's helpful to know if you're wondering if they're paying attention to you. And tonight they took advantage of a lot of translations. So those eyes went down to who's ever on the end of those phones during the Spanish portion. Oh, I only have a minute left here. Please take note. This is for the council. Please look up and look at the 5th row, and you will see the ethics officer there, Mr. Alex Berzicki. His office was created 2 years ago by you, and that has cost $734,000. I will follow up on that. You need the visual because my letter brings that up. It may be a Brown Violation Act. 51 seconds, so let's go on here. Where is the money in the city going? For the new people, there is $33 million surplus sitting in the ATID books. And there was a meeting June 26 where it was discussed whether it should go to workforce, affordable housing for those who work in the tourist district, or 4 pedestrian bridges to Disneyland. Wouldn't you like to know what they decided? I would too. Again, it'll be in my 10-page letter. Also waiting for a public records request on that. They seem to have a problem keeping track of attendance. It's taken over 10 days. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Natalie. It's my first time to this meeting, and I appreciate that you respect everybody speaking up, but it's true what the search said. You guys, they're speaking to you guys in Spanish, and all of you guys are looking down. I think you guys owe a respect to your community because I'm bilingual myself, and I had translated for you, Natalie. And you went to my community, District 3, and told them there was no ICE raids. Carlos Leon, you put in Contigo that there was no ICE raids when I was enjoying my lunchtime, and I recorded when there was an ICE raid. You know, it kind of frustrates me that you guys are lying to our community. Don't lie to our community. Tell them the truth. Tell them what's going on. And if you guys can't help them, just say you can't. Natalie, where were you when the kids started school the first day? I missed work because my community was scared to come out to take their kids to school. But I missed work to make sure they got okay on their bus. Where have you been, Natalie? I want my community to know your true colors. My community loves you. My community dies for you. And I came here to see what I was gonna hear, and I heard all the truth. There is ICE raids in our community. I was stopped because of my skin color. So you're gonna tell me there's no ICE raids? Anaheim High School, Sycamore Junior High needs a bus to get the kids to school. They haven't got the help. What do we need to do as a community? You guys canceled. What do you guys have to do for these parents to get their kids to school? Do you guys know the fear? The fear these people are going through every day? There's days I miss work to make sure I help them get their kids to school. I'm losing money. And I have a family myself. Pero no se me olvida de donde vengo. Born and raised in LA. But my parents are Hispanic. My parents are from Acapulco, Guerrero. And it just frustrates me to see all of you guys behave the way you guys behave. Especially you, Natalie, that you went to my community and told them that there was no ICE raids when there's been ICE raids. You haven't protected my community since you went. I was your translator. And I know what you told my community. I appreciate you fixed everything in the community, but now they need you for the ICE raids. We need to get buses for these people. We need to make sure these kids go to school. Carlos Leon, make sure that before you put something Contigo, you have the true information. Don't just go on there and put something that's not true. Look at me, Carlos. Give me that respect. Give me that respect. Cuando pongas algo en Contigo, make sure it's true. Don't go by what the city's telling
I'm
you.
sorry, your time is
go
up.
by yourself.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. You know, you all have made a lot of decisions about the coyotes in Anaheim, about the fireworks. Young Jasmine Nguyen was killed by a legal firework. The Disney fireworks contaminating the water. The police killing people and filing false reports, and you hear the complaints and you don't do anything. And then the homeless, you receive a lot of money to help the homeless, but it all gets disappeared in your administrative fees, and the homeless people end up worse than they were before. Now they're just being used. You actually use a homeless person so that you can get thousands or tens of thousands or millions of dollars for your budget. And then Rancho La Paz. These are all decisions that you've made. You've accepted money and you've done things, and then you go up there and you cheer like you're so proud of what you've done. And the sad thing is, each one of these were tragedies. A mother coyote and her pups were killed. Jasmine Nguyen died. The Disney fireworks contaminated all the water in Anaheim. You can't drill down far enough to get to drinkable water in Anaheim. The police, it's gone down. It was really bad for about 10 years. It was about 3 to 5 people a year that the police would kill just by saying they were mentally ill or, the cop was afraid. And, the cops aren't following the law, so the cop's afraid, so the cop kills. And then again, the homeless situation. There's thousands of people, families in Anaheim that are homeless or worse. You're sitting on the money. You're sitting on the money that was given to them so that they could heal and recover financially and be in a home rather than on the street. And again, Rancho La Paz, you've accepted money, and I'm not really sure, but I think 14 or 15 seniors died in that whole trauma. And not one of you had the courage to say, you know what, we're making a mistake, let's do things different. And again, it's not like this is a communist situation. This is a government where we have the First Amendment of the United States, and you've had people from the public who've come down here, stood right in front of you and said, please don't do that because you're gonna hurt somebody, or you're gonna hurt yourself, or you're gonna make the police department look like a bunch of murderous thugs. The sad thing is probably 80–90% of the police officers are good, honest, hardworking men and women. And I'm glad to say that probably 5 or 6 of them are gone because I've stood here and spoke up for the rest of the people in Anaheim and the rest of the Anaheim police. It shouldn't be my job to stand up for the police officers. It should be your job. It shouldn't be my job to stand up for all the people in Anaheim. It should be your job. Please pay attention to what you're doing. Stop cheering for the people who die because of your decisions.
Your time is up.
Happy day.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive electronic comments. 1 was related to item 9 and 10 were for general comments. Those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website and can be found at anaheim.net/public comment.
So we will now close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have something to share, please ring in. I will start with Councilmember Moss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few slides to share. Thank you. Starting with the July 26th Sunkist Library's 3rd annual STEAM Fair. Last month, I attended the Sunkist STEAM Fair at the Sunkist branch, and I want to thank our library staff, specifically Scott Fretwell and Michael, for putting together such a well-organized and engaging event. We had the Ocean Adventure team come and give an excellent presentation on their travels and experiences in our oceans. We also had several nonprofit organizations there, including the county's stormwater program, and they were on hand to share how small actions in our daily lives can help protect our waterways. Next slide, please. Thank you. On July 30th, we had a Tile Mile business stakeholders meeting. I want to thank Sergio and the economic development team. Tile Mile is a stretch of State College Boulevard, and it crosses both districts 4 and 5. Sergio and his team brought together business owners and stakeholders for a great discussion on supporting this commercial corridor. Sergeant Anderson from the Anaheim Police Department shared safety updates and tips for businesses, and Jimmy from our Anaheim Public Utilities team highlighted small business energy programs and a water direct install program for qualifying businesses. This was a great example of connecting businesses with city resources, and these resources can make a big difference. Next slide, please. On August 1st, I was invited by Benito Juarez Elementary to their back to school event. I would like to thank Principal Nilsson for the invite. This was just an opportunity to share city resources and to demonstrate our support for Anaheim families. I just want to take a quick opportunity to remind everyone, especially drivers, to slow down and to stay vigilant in school zones. Too often accidents happen because of distracted or speeding drivers. So we all need to do our part to keep our kids and families safe on the way to and from school. I also want to wish all of our students and families a successful year ahead. And my last slide. So as an appointed member to the Orange County Older Adult Advisory Commission, I attend monthly meetings, and I will be bringing regular updates to council. Just our county at a glance, people 65 and older is the only population group projected to grow over the next few years. So there's expected to be a 66% increase by the year 2049 of adults 65 and older. So it's important to keep this in mind as we plan for the future. I also want to inform everybody about the Orange County Office on Aging. This agency is there to provide resources and information to individuals that may need things such as a list of affordable housing, as well as transportation services and other services to support independence. The best way to get information about the Office on Aging is by calling 714-480-6450. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I believe I might have some slides. But before I start my council comments, I just want to mention that I do represent 50,000 residents in District 3, which is approximately 27,000 voters in the district. And I will highlight something that we had this past weekend, which was really exciting. And I was joined by two of my council colleagues, but the Los Angeles Sparks is doing some work in our community to help bring young athletes up and just give them more skills and empower them in our community. So we were happy to join the Orange County Sports Commission this past Saturday at Pearson Park's Dream Court, where 50 young ladies within the Anaheim Union and Anaheim Elementary were able to get coached by some of the LA Sparks coaches. So it was a really special opportunity for us to meet with them and to see our young people in action at the park. And many of you have heard tonight, I am a member of the Orange County Fair Board, appointed by Governor Newsom as well as Governor Brown. I do serve at the pleasure of the governor. In this role, we are able to provide nonprofits with the tickets. So I have, and with Mayor Aiken in the past, have given tickets to many nonprofits, and one of the nonprofits that is featured here is our Anaheim Explorer program, which does help many of our young people in the community find job opportunities within the police department, but just expose them to different things that are beneficial and healthier options for them in Anaheim. So I wanted to share that our young people were able to go to the fair, but not only not just on any day, it was on the day that Chief Armendariz was part of the demolition derby. So it was special for these young people as well. I also, in my role, have the opportunity to partner with many local businesses. And one of the things that you heard also, many of our young people have gone back to school. It's been about a week and a half since they started school. Anaheim Elementary and Anaheim Union High School District, which I will also highlight, are governed by a different elected body. They have Anaheim trustees actually govern the Anaheim High School District, and we have board members who govern the Anaheim Elementary School District. It's not the City of Anaheim City Council members, but because I do care about my community, we do partner with local businesses. This is Mondragon Market, which is in my district, and we did give backpacks and school supplies away to many students, including haircuts to prepare them for the first day of school. There were many city departments who joined me. Thank you, Dooku Lee, who always takes time out of his day to come to these events and provide pencil pouches to the students that were in attendance. We also had representatives from Anaheim Fire as well as Anaheim Police Department, and it's a really special opportunity for our young people to see the city departments in action. And I also don't want to leave out that we had Oak Canyon Nature Center, which is in Anaheim Hills, which gives our young people an opportunity to engage with a nonprofit or a city service that they may not get to see every day. So they were also there. We gave out 300 backpacks to local kids in our community. I also just wanted to highlight, so our poet laureate has started a poetry initiative. So I just wanted to recognize her here. She is across our city. She is a District 3 resident, and Camille is a very special, I think, icon at this point. I just wanted to mention her and highlight her. She has served the city for over a year, and she's now doing work in Fullerton as well. And she is a mother, and she also has just been a very impactful person within our city. So I just wanted to recognize Camille for the work that she continues to do to represent District 3 and the city at large in Anaheim. I also, as council members, we get to visit our new employee orientation, and we actually rotate that opportunity. We are not paid to be city council members, so we take time out of our day to go ahead and welcome city employees who are the backbone of Anaheim. They are the ones who are delivering city services to all of our residents. They are our Anaheim Police Department, Public Utilities, Public Works, Neighborhood Services, Fire, and we are able to engage with all of these individuals. I was joined by Greg Garcia, who is our assistant city manager. Is it city or deputy or assistant? Okay, thank you. So assistant city manager, and we were able to just talk about the things that are important, some of the policies that this council has created, some of the important initiatives that we take very seriously in delivering the city services and making sure that our residents' tax dollars are responsibly spent within Anaheim. And the following day after the Mondragon Market, we actually had another back-to-school supply drive within District 3 at Center Greens, which is our very new park that's right here, right by City Hall. This one I partner for the third year with Najarenos Car Club, and we were able to give out lots of school supplies to many students who are in Anaheim, and this was an opportunity for kids of all ages, even high schoolers, to attend and get the tools that they need to be successful this school year. And last but not least, I just wanted to highlight, we did have a public commenter here tonight from District 3, from the Balsam Street area, who didn't really have a lot of positive things to say, but I am going to highlight the work that we are doing in the district. So at a family mobile resource center, my district had a table, and we were approached by many of the residents in the area because there are ongoing issues that we needed to address. So we went back, Duke Lee joined me, we went back for a 3-hour walk around the community, and we were able to report over 50 issues that are now in the process of being resolved, from bulky items to lighting opportunities to graffiti, overgrown brush. So thank you to Public Works, Public Utilities, Neighborhood Services, Police for now addressing many of these issues. I know Dooku has had employees on the ground to address some of the lighting issues. Republic, who is our contractor, actually came out to deliver new bins the next day, and were able to address many of these issues. I know that our public commenter that came today was very critical about not being there to make sure students are getting to school safely. However, we did address many of these issues and concerns regarding ICE, and we did bring them information from our school districts, who are also really the boots on the ground to make sure that our students are getting to school safely. I do know that our law enforcement agencies are also making sure that students are not impacted negatively, and if there is a law that is being broken, people should call 911 to make sure that these incidences are reported, as we are trying to stay on top of all of the challenges that our city is facing due to federal immigration enforcement that is pretty much out of the hands of local municipalities. But we are doing our best as the representatives of the city to make sure that the people who live here are safe and know that all city services are part of what they pay for in our city. And I believe that concludes my, I have one more, sorry. Oh, and I know there probably will be more mention of this, but we did have our National Night Out, which was in District 3, La Palma Park, which is the second oldest park in our city. And it was a really good opportunity for residents to come out and engage with local law enforcement. They were able to dunk a police officer, which was really fun, unless you were the last person being dunked. And they also got to see Angel fly off. They got to meet police dogs and just really engage with local law enforcement, which I think is a really important thing to do, especially especially during this time of our current situation with the federal immigration enforcement. So it was a really positive, family-friendly event that took place last Tuesday. And that does conclude my council comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any slides. Just wanted to thank folks for two things. One, thank you to our housing department. We had a ribbon cutting in the district for the Miraflores apartments, and 85 affordable housing units. And there was a resident family that spoke, talked about their living conditions. The dad is an employee here in the city of Anaheim, not by the city, but a business in the city. They had lived in Costa Mesa in a small apartment that had over 12 people living in it, and had the opportunity to move to Miraflores, and said it was a dream come true. Brought tears to the eyes of everyone in attendance. So I want to reach out and thank our housing department for making it possible for 85 families to enjoy a safe, clean apartment in the city of Anaheim. Hope we can do more with that housing trust. I also want to thank a group of 9 older adults who joined me on a bus tour yesterday of 2 senior centers. Somebody from every district was represented. Even District 6 had people come join the bus. We visited 2 senior centers in anticipation of working on what the needs would be for a senior center in Anaheim. I don't have a date yet. It'll be later this month, but I'm going to welcome every senior who is able to come and join us to share what their thoughts are on the senior center. What would they like to see in a center? What would they not like to see in a senior center? So that we can share that with city staff as they start working towards that dream. So I thank those 9 individuals that came, took almost a full day out of their life to join us and visit Huntington Beach and Newport Beach, and phenomenal senior centers there. But ours is going to be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think I have a couple slides. I know Councilmember Kurtz mentioned this, but I just wanted to congratulate our team on the grand opening of Miraflores. It's our 39th fully affordable community, which is now home to over 100 residents, including families coming out of homelessness. It has a pool, a garden, a beautiful mural, and even a rooftop lounge where the kids can see the Disneyland fireworks. As a kid that grew up in Anaheim, I got to share stories with a lot of the kids that if you are up when the fireworks go off, that means you are up past your bedtime. That was always the rule in our house. It also has a shared community space that the neighbors in the surrounding areas can come, share, rent, can be rented out by nonprofits. So it's a really beautiful asset, and just want to thank our partners, and then especially our housing team and our community development team for making this really special project come to life. I also was invited to celebrate the 50th celebration of NAM. So this year is going to be the 125th year of the NAM convention, with 50 of those being here right in Anaheim, with a extension that they are going to be here through 2030, and of course we hope even beyond that. They bring music, culture, and global connection at one of our largest conventions that is here every year. But what was so special about NAM is that it's more than just the music. It's more than the convening of a lot of artists. They really make an impact into our elementary school districts, where they have a day of service, and they have members from their group go into these schools, meet with the students, bring in instruments that they donate, and talk to them about the myriad of options if you want to work in the music industry. Yes, you can be a singer. Yes, you can be a famous guitarist, but they also have so many behind-the-scenes jobs between sound engineers, mixers, people that operate the equipment, the lights, the audio, and it just really was wonderful to have one of the choirs from an Anaheim elementary school be there to perform for them. So thanks to Tom Morton and his team for putting on a great event, and thanks to the NAM team for coming out to celebrate their great extension through 2030. It was an early morning for Councilmember Kurtz and I. I think I got there at about 3:30 in the morning to do the Children's Hospital of Orange County Chalk Walk at Disneyland. This important event, annual event, raises money to support critical services, program and medical care for the kids and the families served by Chalk. It was just beautiful to watch the sunrise over the park, see all the kids get so excited to meet all of the characters, and especially listen to the stories of some of the kids that have spent the majority of their lives inside Chalk. They had a wonderful featured speaker there of a woman that's now a woman. She's 22 years old, 6 months cancer-free, but has been in and out of Chalk since she was a kid. And so it's just their work. It's such an asset for Orange County. We're so lucky to have it in our backyard. So just wanted to thank Chalk, the folks at Disneyland, and everyone that put together a team to come out and support this awesome event. Also this week we had the Orange County Labor Fed dinner. Anaheim is always lucky to host this at our convention center. It's been over 25 years that we've hosted the Solidarity Dinner, which recognizes the working men and women in Orange County, as well as those that are fighting for fair wages and equality and dignity in the workplace. We are a proud city of workers. We're a proud city that was built by immigrants. And so it's wonderful to stand with these working families and the Labor Federation to honor their amazing contributions to our city. I know Natalie mentioned this, but it was really fun to see, and thank you so much to our police department and their team for all the work that went into National Night Out. Congratulations to our own Community Services, Jason Perez, for winning his 5th in a row donut eating contest. If you haven't seen it, it's disgusting. I've never seen anything like it, but he can eat 12 donuts in under 2 minutes. It's a gift. Also want to give my heartfelt apologies to Officer Lee. I bought a lot of balls and just kept dunking them into the dunk tank, and he was a super sport about it. So thank you to everyone and to everyone in the community that came out to support this awesome national event. And last but certainly not least, I was joined by Councilmember Kurtz at the opening of the groundbreaking of the newest expansion for the YMCA. It's going to be phase 2 of their community complex, which is going to have soccer fields, pickleball, basketball, rink hockey, and this, which used to be an abandoned industrial site for years, has really been transformed by the Y and the Y board and their vision of offering this year-round programming, and especially all their summer programs really makes a difference in this community. They also offer after-school care. They are really involved in the surrounding areas, and I just want to congratulate the team and the board on this next chapter of the Y. So, I'm sorry, so Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief. Just a couple shout outs to start off with. I do want to thank Vin and the Anaheim Public Utilities team. Recently installed new streetlights over by Majeska Park. I know that the residents had mentioned that at a neighborhood meeting that we had hosted a couple of weeks back. And just, I know that they're going to be appreciative of it, and I appreciate APU and Vin and the entire team adjusting your plans to make sure that we're able to address those concerns for our residents. I also want to thank the team for their continued work at Chaparral Park. I know we keep bringing up restrooms at the park, which I know is not necessarily the a top priority for a lot of people, but it's very important for our community. So I just appreciate the team's continued work on that. I also want to echo the mayor in giving a shout out to our police department for an awesome national night out. It was a great opportunity for our residents to really come together, interact with our police officers, especially during these times where there's so much uncertainty and fear. And being able to have our youth out there and interacting and asking questions and dunking police officers into dunk tanks, it really just allows us to better connect with the community. And I know that our police officers love that as well. So again, thank you to everybody that was involved in organizing all of that. I do want to highlight our July Restaurant and Business of the Month. Our restaurant of the month is Rice and Spice, located on Catella and Euclid. Chef Sandy is an immigrant. She's a trained chef with over 20 years of experience, and she brought her dream to life here in Anaheim and in District 2 by opening up this spot. It is the only Sri Lankan restaurant in Orange County, and it happens to be in our district. And so I really want to congratulate her and her entire team for bringing her culture, their flavors, food, and allowing us to explore those and share those with the rest of the community as well. So congratulations to them for being named our July Restaurant of the Month. For our Business of the Month, I want to give a shout out to Fresh Ocean Market. They're located also on Euclid, just south of Ball Road. They have fresh and frozen seafood options. They have sushi grade fish, A5 Wagyu beef, fresh oysters, and more. And so it's a bit of an experience to go in there. I told them that my sushi restaurant wasn't going to be happy that I've been introduced to them now, because I can just go in and buy some salmon and make some rice, and we have some sushi. So I do want to congratulate them, James, Eric, Tanya, the entire team for their work. They had opened up during the pandemic, and they're still going strong. So congratulations to them. I want to thank everybody. There's too many people to thank. I want to thank everyone that came out to our third annual Back to School Bash. It was an amazing day with so much heart, with so much community, being able to come together with so many organizations and volunteers to make sure that our students in our community are prepared to start the new school year. We were able to distribute almost 900 backpacks this day. We had over 100 haircuts, 300 food boxes distributed, 1,000 hot dogs, and lots of information and resources, and of course, a great experience for our youth and for everyone that came out in our community. I also want to thank Public Utilities. I want to thank the City Clerk's Office for being out there, our Community Services team, Public Works, Police, Fire, so many other organizations that helped us make this happen. Of course, I got to give a shout out to Mr. Frank Garcia, who in a way first inspired this event. So again, and then also a shout out, I think Chief Russell was in the audience, but I do appreciate Chief Russell stopping by as well. After this event, we also dropped off backpacks to several of the schools that are within the district and some of the neighborhoods in District 2 as well. As you heard tonight, there's still a lot of folks that are living in fear and uncertainty and unfortunately aren't able to go out. There were a number of different families that reached out saying that they weren't able to make it to the event, and we went and delivered backpacks and school supplies to make sure that everybody in our community had what they need to start off this new school year strong. So I would be remiss if I didn't. Last thank you to the Anaheim Elementary School District as well as the Madison Elementary staff. Shout out to Alex and Santos, the custodians, who went above and beyond as always to make sure that we had everything that we needed. So thank you all again. We're looking forward to the 4th annual event next year. And then finally, please save the date for our 3rd annual Active Older Adult Appreciation event. It'll be Saturday, September 27th over at St. Justin's from 10 to 1. We're looking forward to seeing all of our active older adults again this year, which will have activities, games, entertainment, and a lot more. So hope to see you there, and thank you again.
Thank you, Council Member. We're now going to recess the City Council and Anaheim Housing Authority to address the Housing and Public Improvements Authority consent calendar. Item 1 is before us. Is there a motion? Sorry, I am so sorry, Mr. City Manager. Turn it over to the City Manager for his update.
One quick item. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council and public. Councilmember Maz kind of touched on this, but I wanted to share just a quick video. We had a unique shout out from a promotional video for the city. We know it as Tile Mile, but the city officially designated that last year. And ever since then, our Economic Development Department's been working to publicize this growing and revitalized business corridor in our city. And I'll, with that, share a quick video that has a nice shout out to the city of Anaheim.
And I'm one of the owners here at Bodega Style. We chose to be in the Tile Mile area because it's a well-recognized area and we can see so much improvement from back in 2019 until now. People feel really driven to come over here because it's well-lit, because it's well-presented. You guys have put the banners in the lighting post and everything that attracts people. It just makes it look alive and people really feel driven. We're one-stop shop. We bring so many elements into the designs that the customers really don't need to be wandering around, but we thrive on challenges all the time. We love what we're doing. We love that we have more than enough walk-ins to come over here. Yeah, we have a good thing going. Living in the area and having the support of the city, definitely they have to go hand in hand. All the pride. Not only the city, of course, my business, but I'm proud to say that we're a business owners in Anaheim City.
And thank you for your support of Tile Mile.
Thank you. Again, my apologies, Mr. City Manager. So now we will recess the City Council and Housing Authority to address the Housing and Public Improvements Authority consent calendar. Item 1 is before us. Is there a motion? Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll now reconvene the City Council in joint session with the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority to address item number 2. Will the clerk please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 2 is a business calendar item to consider resolution of the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority and a resolution of City Council separately authorizing and approving the issuance of revenue bonds Series 2025-A and revenue funding bonds Series 202-B by the authority in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $275 million and related actions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Is there a staff report?
That's for a staff report from General Manager Lee, please.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager and members of the City Council. I'm joined tonight by Brian Bielner. He's our Assistant General Manager of Finance and Energy Resources, and he will be providing the staff report tonight.
Thank you, Dooku. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The item before you tonight is a request to both refinance existing electric utility bonds to capture interest rate savings and issue new bonds for infrastructure projects. Anaheim's robust electric infrastructure is valued at about $1.5 billion and serves more than 350,000 residents and 15,000 businesses. Our reliability continues to be in the top quartile of all utilities in the country. To maintain this level of service for our customers and to accommodate the continued growth in our territory, we must continue to invest in the distribution system. Similar to past bond financing, this financing is backed solely by electric utility fund revenue and bears no risk or impact to the city's general fund. And the debt service payments for all bonds are included in the recently adopted budget. Bond financing is a standard and commonly used tool in the utility industry that spreads the cost of long-lasting assets to current and future ratepayers who benefit from those assets. Such an approach provides a means to address critical replacement and upgrades while keeping utility rates stable. It also provides sufficient liquidity for emergencies and other operational needs. The chart before you compares the debt-asset ratio of Anaheim's electric utility with several peers, including an industry benchmark, the American Public Power Association, comprised of 2,000+ public utilities. Anaheim's relatively low ratio reflects a balanced approach to financing infrastructure. It uses a combination of cash from utility revenue, grants, and bond proceeds. Tonight's proposal includes refinancing approximately $173 million of existing bonds, which would save approximately $7.5 million on future interest costs. We have included 2 bonds as candidates for refinancing if interest rates may change so that when we go to market, they may be viable for refinancing. The $275 million not-to-exceed amount includes these two potential candidates if market conditions become favorable. The chart before you shows the electric utility's annual debt service schedule, with the yellow bars showing how much we've saved in interest costs from electric refinancings over the last decade, totaling over $180 million. These results reflect our focus on lowering borrowing costs by refinancing bonds with what we call backloaded savings, demonstrating that we are not overextending our reliance on debt. Essentially, we shorten the term of the bonds, similar to refinancing a mortgage from a 30-year term to a 15-year term, to achieve maximum interest savings, allowing us to pay off the obligations faster so we can prepare our balance sheet for the future as we continue to work towards aggressive state mandates to achieve our 100% carbon-free energy goal by 2045. In addition to the refinancing, we are proposing to issue approximately $100 million in new bonds to support capital improvement projects, including substation upgrades to accommodate future capacity needs, and replacement of aging equipment for sustained service reliability. In alignment with our financial strategy, these proposed bonds will fund approximately 25% of APU's planned capital improvements over the next 5 years. This will ensure APU can continue to invest in its infrastructure while keeping rates stable. This will also fund the replacement of equipment nearing the end of their useful lives, such as cable and transformers, replacing an aging field maintenance building, and install new streetlights that are requested by the community and other departments. With Council's approval tonight, and assuming market conditions remain acceptable, bond pricing would occur later this month, with the transaction expected to close in early September. As I've mentioned, reliable and affordable electric service requires consistent investment and reinvestment in the system. The proposed financing supports that effort. It allows us to improve infrastructure, manage long-term costs, all while keeping utility bills affordable, while also preserving financial flexibility for the future of our utility. The slide before you shows how our electric rates compare to other Orange County cities who are served by Southern California Edison. In this example, for a typical customer using 500 kilowatt hours in a month, we're able to keep over $70 a month in our customers' wallets. We are able to do this by using prudent financial tools such as municipal bonds. We've been able to keep our rates affordable, which we know is so important to our customers. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any council members that have any questions? Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Bayless.
Sorry. I was just going to say, thank you, Dooku, because you always provide us with a lot of information to be well informed on the decisions that you're trying to make on behalf of public utilities. Just for the benefit of the residents, public utilities is an enterprise fund, so it will not impact general fund or any of the bond ratings that we have for the city's general fund.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dooku, I just wanted to point out, first off, I think that you've got some great strategies in here in regards to your financing. But something I think that was important for me to point out, I know we've got the $100 million extra that we're borrowing for infrastructure, but that's not all of the infrastructure, correct? And I was wondering if you could speak to how much of the investment is paid out of other funds, specifically cash.
So that's a really good point. We work really hard to not overextend ourselves in terms of debt reliance. And as Brian was pointing out, about 25% of our CIP, our capital plan over the next 5 years, will be funded through this bond. And our hope is that the cash will cover the balance of that. So it's an approach that we've been using. And as you saw, the waterfall effect of our long-term balance sheet, we've done just a job to try to make sure that we have future flexibility for all the needs that we're not sure what's going to happen in 10, 20 years, but to know that we have financial flexibility is just important for us as well as our customers.
Thank you. I just thought it was important for people to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you for making a very complex subject understandable. Brian, thanks to you for making it easy to understand and explain how refinancing current bonds will save money. And thank you for always taking a look at that. Having served on the board, the APU board, I started to learn about how you think about doing things. And I really, as a resident, as a payer, I really appreciate the fact that you're always taking a look at that and how you can save money as you're moving money and doing the work that needs to be done at the utility. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
I just think you guys do a great job, and that slide at the end that shows how much less our community pays for electric rates, and great, reliable electricity is always drives it home for me. So I just want to move this item forward. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second.
A resolution of the Board of Directors of the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $275 million aggregate principal amount of revenue bond series 2025-1 electric utility distribution system improvements and revenue refunding bonds series 2025-B electric utility distribution system refunding by said authority, approving the forms and authorizing the execution of an indenture of trust, an installment purchase agreement, a purchase contract, and other related documents, approving the execution, delivery, and official statement, and approving certain actions in connection therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. And then we need to take a we need to take a separate vote also for the City Council as a separate agency.
Okay, thank you. Do we need a new motion and a second?
If we can, please, for the record.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Meeks and Councilmember Rubalcaba. Please vote.
And this action is by the City Council, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim approving the issuance of not to exceed $275 million aggregate principal amount of revenue bond series 2025-A electric utility distribution system improvements and revenue refunding bond series 2025-B electric utility distribution system refunding of the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority, approving the forms and authorizing the execution of the installment purchase agreement, an indenture of trust, escrow agreements, and continuing disclosure agreement, a purchase contract, and other related documents, approving the delivery and official statement, and approving certain actions in connection therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
Thank you. So without objection, we will adjourn the Housing and Public Improvements Authority and reconvene the Housing Authority to address the authority consent agenda. Items number 3 and 4 are before us. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
We have a motion. Do we have and a second by Councilmember Kurtz? Thank you very much. Please vote.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. So item 5 is a public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5 is a public hearing to consider 2 resolutions separately approving a preliminary award letter, option agreement, cooperation agreement with Hermosa Village Phase 3 Housing Partners, the authority's intention to increase tax-exempt obligations for the Hermosa Village Phase 3 project located at 1515 South Cala de Mar, and related actions.
Mr. City Manager, could we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present these items, and apologies for the bit of the confusion there. We come before you tonight to ask for the approval of a preliminary award letter for a ground lease option agreement and the resolution of the Anaheim Housing Authority regarding its intent to issue tax-exempt obligations for the Hermosa Village Apartments Phase 3 resyndication project. On June 15th, 1999, the Anaheim Housing Authority approved the Jeffrey Lynn Neighborhood Revitalization Plan for the neighborhood generally located at 1515 South Calle del Mar. The Jeffrey Lynn neighborhood was designated a Level 4 priority neighborhood due to overcrowding, extreme code violations, deferred maintenance, and ongoing gang violence. The neighborhood consisted of 720 apartments distributed across 180 parcels. The Housing Authority was able to acquire 521 of those units. The Housing Authority does not own all of the units at Hermosa Village. The redevelopment of Hermosa Village happened over 4 phases, with phase 1 beginning in 2002 with the acquisition of 293 units, moved on to phase 2 in December 2004 with the acquisition of an additional 112 units, phase 3 in November 2006, under which the Housing Authority, the Redevelopment Agency acquired 76 affordable units, and phase 4 in 2007, which was another 36 units. Over the life of the program, the life of the project, each phase has systematically been re-syndicated to bring improvements to the project. Phase 1, the largest one, was completed in 2016, and phase 2 of the development was completed in October 2020. So the purpose of the request tonight is to undergo re-syndication and rehabilitation of the remaining phase 3 and the remaining phase 4 together. In July 2024, the authority received a request from the developer to support the refinancing and the resyndication of phase 3 and 4, aiming to improve these aging units, enhancing operations and support services, and to ensure the long-term maintenance and management of the project. The scope of the work includes renovating 112 units and improving 88 access, with 10% of the units upgraded to include mobility features and 4% enhanced with hearing and vision accommodations. The staff visited the housing site in February 2025 to assess the current conditions of the property and evaluate visible wear and tear and identify needed improvements. Based on that assessment, staff agrees that rehabilitation of the property is necessary to address wear and tear and ensure the long-term safety and viability of the units. The estimated cost of the rehabilitation is approximately $23 million. Details of the rehabilitation costs are outlined in a table in the staff report, which basically breaks down the cost of construction at just over $16 million. There are professional fees for architectural and engineering, temporary relocation of residents while the work is being done, to bring the total cost at $23 million, a little over $23 million, $23,454,164. The authority will not be providing any new financing for the project. The developer seeks to secure $15 million in a 4% low-income housing tax credit allocation from the state in September 2025, and will also seek multifamily revenue bonds, an allocation of up to $37 million from the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee. This is a not-to-exceed amount. Through the resyndication, the authority and the developer will commit to extending the affordability period and the term of the ground lease for an additional 55 years. This project is in line with the city's strategic goal of enhancing livability. With that, staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Scepter. So we do have a chance right now for council to ask questions. Then we'll have a public comment period, as well as an additional time for comments or questions by council. Does anyone have any preliminary questions? Seeing none, I'd like to open the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we do have one, Mark Herbert, and the time limit is 5 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I'd like to thank the council for allowing 5 minutes for public hearings at the City Council. I think that's a good measure for public engagement, especially helpful when it's a larger project. I wish the same logic which led the council to establishing that would expand the 3-minute limit of public hearings at the Planning Commission to 5 minutes in the same spirit of public engagement and transparency. This bonding issue really rang a bell with me because looking at the housing element over the years, I realize this Hermosa Village kind of originated, now correct me if I'm wrong, this is going to be broad strokes, but I think you'll agree with my general direction. It was first renovated around 1992. It was about the same time as Disney was having a 30-year plan for approval. That was the 30-year plan before Disney Forward. And the city and Disney, I guess, in discussions in the community, realized the city needed some affordable housing. They looked at this existing set of apartments that had, I guess, had kind of fallen on hard times. And they decided, I mean, I don't know, these are broad strokes, to address that. And it was about 320 units, and Disney suggested they may finance it, but they certainly wanted to see it done, and together they got it done. Very happy, and especially such a large project when the affordable housing crunch was not nearly what it is today, and the homeless factor was not nearly what it is today, so that was really forward thinking on their part. Now, I guess as it revolved, Anaheim lobbied the federal government, and they got state and federal funds, and they covered the costs, and then Disney thanked them and didn't contribute maybe an equal amount. But so be it. And it troubles me that since then, the city has had a difficult time doing a project of a similar size over 30 years with a booming Disneyland in their backyard, with the Angels, you know, and the county doing well. And they just haven't been able to find the funds. And now we come to today when the city has a very tight budget. And looking forward, I guess there's going to be less available state and federal funds. It's very troubling. What's happened to the will that was there 30 years ago, looking forward? Can you imagine with that will and that foresight, if they were faced with that problem today, I think they would be a little more imaginative, and I think they would have produced better results. I don't know what's happened in between. You know, my shorthand is it's become a company town, but I'm sure we disagree with that. So so I would say, since Disney and Anaheim haven't been able to get their hands around this growing problem of affordable housing, and they were able to do this good project 30 years ago, that maybe they need to engage with the public for some new ideas or a different approach because they have failed the past 30 years. And public engagement is not really at the forefront. And I think you're losing a real potential source of ideas. And I looked at these younger people today here, and there was a different atmosphere in this council chambers than I've experienced the last couple of years, except maybe on a couple occasions. I mean, these people were young, they were engaged, they were articulate, they'd done their homework. They presented their points, I thought, fairly well. You need to tap into those. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the public hearing.
Thank you. So I'd like to close the public hearing. Are there any further comments or questions by council? Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You talked about pretty intensive renovations that will be taking place. I can only assume that people have to leave the apartments to have that happen. Can you tell me what the process is for those tenants?
Certainly, this being the third phase of renovations, we do have some experience with that. There is a budget contemplated at $1.3 million to help with that. As in the past, there's a couple of different ways that relocation happens. If there is an empty unit within the complex themselves and it's appropriate for the family size, the family is offered that unit, and that unit remain vacant until the rehabilitation is completed, and then the family moves back to their unit. There have also been occasions where the relocation budget pays for hotel costs for the family to be housed at a hotel while the relocation happens. In our experience, relocation is rarely more than about a week. There have been some occasions during the deeper renovation that is associated with ADA units where it may be longer than that, but typically that's about the amount of time.
Are we guaranteed that one of those scenarios will indeed occur when these renovations are made, so that the current tenants, are protected from having to go with a friend, find a family they can stay with?
Yes, that is part of the agreement, that a relocation is offered to families, that there's close communication, that their families are given extended notice. It isn't like today's your term, a schedule of when your unit is coming online. There have been occasions where a family will say, I'm entitled to a relocation benefit, I'm going to stay with, and they've asked for relocation. That is their option.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Could you just explain further just about the developer and the request for the refinancing and resyndication, just for sort of in layman's terms so we understand what this means for this project? And then I'll ask you, just like I asked Public Utilities, the financing or any funding does not have any impact on our general fund. I know we had a public commenter who mentioned not having the budget for this, but this is actually coming out of a different pool of funds that is specifically designated for affordable housing projects.
That is correct. When the Hermosa Village acquisitions were happening, the source of those funds were low mod dollars, which came from the redevelopment agency. We had to spend, at that time, 20% of that money. And so that is what contributed to that, to help to acquire all of the sites. And so in essence, what is happening is a remodeling of the site, and the source of dollars that support that remodeling is these tax, the bonds and the 4% tax credits. We are also leaving in money that we initially used to help the property because they're not quite, it's necessary to not have to over borrow, but it is really because these were it's not new construction. We acquired older developments over time. They do see a little bit more wear and tear than when you build from new. So it is a typical strategy for when affordable housing developments are aging to go and seek 4% tax credits and bond finance, which comes from the state. The federal government gives an allocation to the state, and then we compete at the state level. So none of the money comes from the general fund. It is specifically from the state, dedicated for affordable housing purposes, whether it be new construction or preservation of affordable housing.
And I have to say, I appreciate this phase of the project because we're being good leaders when it comes to affordable housing units. I walk a lot of my district, and we do see very blighted communities where homeowners of these properties on Bush, Rose, Vine, Balsam are not doing what they should be in terms of keeping up the community, making sure that the residents have habitable places to live. And I know that code enforcement is responsive when they can be, but we also have people who are afraid of retaliation from some of their landlords. So I just want to thank you guys for being ahead of the game and making sure that as a city, if we have affordable housing units, we are staying on top of ensuring that the residents who live in them are living in safe and clean and healthy environments. So thank you. And I also just wanted to highlight, for people who did not live in Anaheim in the 90s, Jeffrey Lynn was a serious issue for our city. And the fact that the city took a step to acquire these properties and beautify the community and make it safe is significant. And I think it's something that we should not forget. I grew up in the 90s, I graduated in 96, and Jeffrey Lynn was a major problem in our city, and I think that I just want to commend you and whoever else was in that department and who was leading our city for taking that step at that time. And I'm sure if it was that way here now, we would figure out a solution in communities that exist in Anaheim as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not tell you what year I graduated from high school. Or what year I was born. I can't confirm nor deny. Grace, apologies if this is a repeat question. So it's 112 units, and they're occupied currently? They're not occupied? They are occupied.
They are occupied.
Okay.
Yes.
And then can you explain kind of what's going to be the process for letting them know as to what's going on and what that timeline looks like? And is that our responsibility or the developer's responsibility?
It is definitely the developer's responsibility. And the families are informed as soon as the tax credits are that redevelopment is happening, and they are given advance notice about when their unit is in line to be the next one to be rehabilitated. Because this is the third phase, they've got quite a process down in terms of informing tenants. Quite frankly, these tenants are waiting because they've seen the other majority, the bulk of the units already, get new, fresh paints, fresh appliances, things of that nature. And so they know it's forthcoming, but it is the developers' responsibilities. On an occasion, we will get calls from a tenant that says, I want to make sure, or they'll question whether or not the relocation benefit looks right or what have you. And we have we've gone out to tenant meetings when necessary and served as a second a communication for tenants.
And then how's the developer notifying the residents? Is it a letter in the mail? Is it posted on the door? A combination of all the above?
It's a combination because they have on-site management. And the on-site manager has a really good relationship with the tenants in the area, so they definitely get it in writing, but they have had tenant meetings as well to discuss what's happening and the timing, followed by written notices.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I think whatever we can do or whatever the developer can do to continue going above and beyond and notifying our residents, especially, during these times where sometimes you'll get something in the mail and I think everybody's senses are on a high alert, right? And they don't know what's true, what isn't. But it sounds like because this is now in phase 3, it's been done in other apartments, it's going to be nothing new for these residents that are going to be notified of what's going to be happening.
And Hermosa Village is a pretty tight-knit community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With no further discussion, is there a motion and a second?
I'll move.
Thank you. Please vote.
A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority approving a preliminary award letter and ground lease option agreement in substantial form for the resyndication of the Hermosa Village Phase 3 affordable rental housing project generally located at 1515 South Cala de Mar to be entered into between the authority and Hermosa Village Phase 3 Housing Partners LP, approving the disposition of the option to ground lease the Phase 3 site, authorizing the executive director to execute and administer the option agreement and preliminary award letter on behalf of the authority, authorizing the executive director to enter into affordable housing agreement, a new or amended and restated ground lease, and related agreements and instruments necessary to implement the Hermosa Village Phase 3 project, provided that such agreements do not materially increase or extend the financial assistance committed by the authority by the preliminary award letter, making certain other findings in connection therewith. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. And I'm sorry, just to also include that, also included action on the resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority regarding its intention to issue tax-exempt obligations for the Housing and Village Phase 3 project. And that was for a vote of 7-0, no nays.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item, item number 6, which is also a public hearing. Can the clerk please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 6 is a public hearing to consider 2 resolutions separately declaring certain property located at 703 and 705 South Anaheim Boulevard as exempt surplus land in accordance with Surplus Land Act, approving an agreement for sale of real property and joint escrow instructions with Renaissance Packing House Towns Home LLC for said property and related actions.
Mr. City Manager, could we have a staff report?
That's for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Thank you. On March 29th, 2001, the former redevelopment agency acquired a small parcels situated at 703 and 705 South Anaheim Boulevard in the city of Anaheim. The parcels total 0.31, less than half an acre. The former redevelopment agency intended to assemble the site with adjacent parcels to bring forward a comprehensive redevelopment of the commercial block. Following the dissolution of the redevelopment agency in 2012, the property was transferred to the Housing Authority as the successor agency in accordance with California Health and Safety Code regulations. Due to the small parcel size and lack of resources to acquire adjacent properties, the site has remained undeveloped. Under the Surplus Land Act Government Code Section 54220-54234, public agencies must follow specific notification and negotiation procedures before disposing of surplus land, like unless the property qualifies as exempt. Parcels less than half an acre and not contiguous with other land owned by the state or local agency that will be used for open space or low moderate income housing purposes qualify as exempt surplus land act under the Health and Safety Code. As indicated, the site is less than half an acre and is not contiguous with other agency-owned land. Therefore, this qualifies for the exemption. Under the proposed exemption, the authority is permitted to directly negotiate with developers. The Housing Authority received a letter of interest from a developer, Renaissance Packing House Townhouse LLC, a California limited liability company, to acquire the Housing Authority-owned site for the development of 4 sale townhouses in conjunction with 3 other privately owned parcels located at 601 through 623 South Anaheim Boulevard. The developer is currently under contract to acquire the developer site and has submitted an entitlement application for the construction of 34 units of for-sale townhouse community, of which 28 units are planned on the developer site and 6 units on the authority-owned site. The overall development would include 4 units for sale to moderate-income households, inclusive of 3 units on the developer side and 1 on the Housing Authority-owned side. The authority's consideration for the site dispositions is distinct and does not predetermine land use approvals by the Planning Commission and/or the City Council. Given the challenges of developing the authority-owned site as a standalone project and the ability to achieve home ownership through a larger residential project, the authority proposes to enter into a sale of real property and joint escrow instructions with the developer for the sale of the site in an amount of $1,115,000. The authority commissioned an independent MAI appraisal to determine the fair market value of the site based on recent comparables of land sites, which use comparable land sites to determine the value of the property. The developer plans to integrate the authority-owned site into a larger residential project and, as a condition of the sale, will restrict one of the proposed units on the site for purchase by a moderate income household at an affordable housing cost. The agreement outlines key terms, including the purchase price, the due diligence period, performance milestones, and provisions ensuring the inclusion of an affordable housing component. The proposed actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Staff recommends approval of the SLA exemption and authorization to execute the agreement with the developer to facilitate a new for-sale housing site, including affordable units. Sale of the property for the anticipated development purpose is in line with the city's strategy of enhancing livability. Upon approval, the proceeds from the sale would be returned to the Low Housing Asset Fund to support future development of other affordable housing sites. With that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any council members that have any questions? Grace, I know you mentioned the MAI appraisal. Can you tell me what I didn't see it attached to the staff report. Can you tell me what the comps and the range was for the value of is it 2 parcels?
They're two parcels combined, they make the 0.31 acres. And the MAI appraisal understood that this was going to be for sale ownership and valued it based on its highest and best use. And the range was just about, on the low side, was $1 million, and the high side was the 1.1 to 1.2. There wasn't much of a 1.100 to 1.2300.
And is it based on what it's currently zoned, or is the appraisal based on it with 6 units of housing?
It's based on highest and best use, what could be achieved there.
Okay. And what is it currently zoned?
The zoning on that. We're getting that for you. It's currently zoned commercial, but it does have a general plan amendment that would allow for the conversion to residential.
I'm sorry, it has a what?
Do you want to explain something?
So the base zoning is commercial, but the general plan designation is for mixed-use medium, which allows for multifamily housing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
What is currently on this parcel? Is it just an open space? There's no commercial buildings on it currently?
It's vacant currently, yeah. It's, the structures are, there's nothing there, yeah, it's vacant.
So it's completely demolished and open space? What had the city planned to do with this before these developers approached the city for purchase?
Its ultimate destination is supposed to be for affordable housing in some way, shape, or form. Quite frankly, given the amount of other properties that we have that are more ready for development, this one was a little lower priority, but we had looked at it in terms of, can it potentially be, 2 or 3 for sale homes. At one time, we were in conversations with Habitat about, could you do Habitat for Humanity? Is it possible to do homes or something here? But it is challenging because it's small, and all of our traditional financing tools really do not allow us to develop a site of this size. When it was purchased, and going back to the historical documents, the intent was to assemble some of that commercial block and make a larger, more viable development site for housing.
Is this neighborhood pretty impacted by parking challenges?
Certainly, we are aware that with the addition of some of the businesses, villains, and what have you, that residents have discussed parking challenges.
Have we received feedback on what the residents in that area feel about this potential development project? Because I am concerned about voting on this issue when I know it'll have a negative impact on the surrounding communities that I've spent a lot of time in trying to reassure, to help improve their quality of life, because parking is a quality of life issue. We've been out there with Public Works several times. I know that it's an ongoing issue. I know we've talked about utilizing some of these parcels for parking and to develop on it and further impact the community is a concern for me.
Certainly, the developer did report back to us that they had 2 community meetings out there recently, and they did hear from the residents, the concerns that you are reporting, and that is something that we shared with the developer as well. Based on that, they have assured that they are addressing the parking issue and that it is actually overparked. But I do want to emphasize that they are still going through the planning process, and that is all something that you'd be a bite at the apple of a discussion on that at the Planning Commission. And further action tonight, what we're seeking really is can we declare the site exempt, given it that it's a small parcel? And should they get all of the approvals through their entitlement process and through the Planning Commission, what have you, can we sell the property then to include it with the bigger development? But we're not part of that approval process.
So I know this next comment is not going to make me very popular, but that's okay. It's never stopped me in the past. But I think given some of the individuals who are affiliated with this project, we probably should be even more extremely transparent with the appraisals and the process for appraisals, the appraising companies. We do have a former city council member who is affiliated with this project who has also had some negative things affiliated with him with prior issues that we have worked very hard to overcome as a council and as a city from a transparency situation. So I would request that we hold off on, I don't know if it's tabling or wait to vote on this until we can see copies of the appraisals and see the process for the appraisals. And also, it's kind of odd to me that I know that this has been a commercial zoned parcel for quite some time. And I had originally hoped that it would remain commercial on that busy street. So I think that, knowing that that there was a general amendment to the general plan, we should probably have some clarity on what that is, because now we are going to approve it. Potentially you're requesting that we approve this without the amendment being approved. So,
I'm going to turn it over to Kevin because he understands. He can speak the land use better than more articulately than I can.
So just a point of clarification. So the property, as I mentioned, is commercially zoned currently as a base zone. The general plan amendment was included in the housing element update that was approved a couple months back. I can't remember what date specifically, but the general plan designation is in place right now for up to a 36 dwelling unit per acre development.
So can you explain how it's currently commercially zoned, but it was approved? So then it's not currently commercially zoned, it's currently multi.
So, yeah, I'm wondering if Planning Director Heather is in the audience that can. No. So the base zoning, it allows for commercial use. What the general plan amendment did is it provided an optionality for if somebody wanted to do commercial use, they could. But if they wanted to do what was implementing the general plan, it could be that as well. So it provides some optionality should they want to do commercial or if they wanted to do residential.
And generally, the purpose of that, because under the general plan, we had to zone to allow for a certain number of units to comply with the state. That doesn't mean that development will happen there, but the city has to set the table for housing to be built in different parts of our city. And that zoning allows for us to demonstrate that we have set the table for that. It doesn't mandate us to develop it, but it certainly creates the opportunity for the number of units that the state asked us to do under RENA for that
Although
to be
these are
allowed.
moderate units, and we get criticized quite frequently for not developing enough affordable housing units. And I appreciate the fact that there's 2 units, I think, or 4, that will be part of this project. But Heather, can you elaborate on that planning issue?
Certainly, yes. So we have, as Kevin mentioned, the base zone is commercial. As part of the zoning code update that the council adopted this past spring, we created a approved use of dwellings when you have a general plan of residential or mixed use. So essentially gives the property owner the optionality to develop as zoned under commercial or implement the general plan. So they could do, I think you mentioned it was mixed use, so they could do commercial, they could do residential, they could do residential or commercial.
So will that have to come back to council once, or does Planning Commission approve that later?
So the project approvals will go to Planning Commission. The land use is already done. So they could today do commercial, residential, or mix.
Okay. And I have, in full transparency, I have been briefed by a couple of the people affiliated with the project, not the individual that I'm concerned about specifically on the transparency front. And I do appreciate the fact that there is sufficient parking and that the number of units are there. I do, however, have some major transparency concerns about the appraisal. And I also just think that we have worked really hard to overcome a lot of those issues in the past. So I would request that we be extremely transparent.
If I may, the staff handled the appraisal. We did not rely on appraisal from the developer. And we're certainly willing to just go. We normally do not attach it to a report because if this doesn't go forward, then it's part of negotiations, and it's once the deal is done, then all of that is released. But during negotiation periods, we typically do not fully release all of that, but certainly if that is, the direction, we'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should be too concerned about if the deal doesn't go through and people will see what the appraisal says because we've already agreed on a price, which is the 1.5, I think, I can't remember the exact price. So that's less of a concern for me because clearly we've come to a meeting of the minds on what that price will be. But I would like to see the appraisals and who the appraising company is and all of that. And I do appreciate the staff and I trust staff, but I do think that we need to make sure we're doing the right thing for the people, especially in my district. This is a project that is going to be a major concern for many residents who are already negatively impacted. And I have a lot of concerns about this project in general, and I will continue to stay on top of it. I was unable to attend any of those meetings, and I know that there are plenty of people here who probably want to speak on this topic, but I, as being a person who is very familiar with the challenges, I do have a big concern about this development.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
So this agreement or this proposal would just enter an agreement and allow the developer to pursue his development proposal through the Planning Commission, through the City Council. How long of a time does he have to do that under this agreement? I mean, if that agreement, if that project doesn't move forward, we're not bound to this agreement for the
That's correct. But
eternity. We get to
but
do
we do
something
want to
else
make
with it.
sure that, we give you that answer. It is not forever. It really does just contemplate giving them enough time to get through the planning commission and their entitlement process to see if, the project is even viable.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ask a hard question, because I
That-
know that
that's-
there is a
that's-
time limit.
That is okay, and we study these and try to anticipate all the questions, and it's always the question that we
The
didn't
one you don't
study.
have, yeah. Okay, well, you can continue to look at that. That was the only question I have, because
We'll make sure
it
to
is a
provide that.
finite term for this, that if that project, which we're not considering tonight, doesn't get approved, then we have the opportunity to do something else with this piece of property.
That's correct.
Okay, so while we're looking it up, I know I was going to open up the public hearing. Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, we do have 4 speakers that would like to address the City Council. The first speaker is Tamira Pill, and the time limit is 5 minutes per speaker.
Oh, you don't want to speak? Okay.
Our next speaker, Ann Para.
Ann Para?
Okay. We'll go to the next speaker. Is it Henrik Kilmes? Then our last speaker, Mayor, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I believe Council Member Rubicalvo was talking about the gentleman who was sitting in my row, Trevor O'Neill. I would just say the council traditionally has had a poor record on enforcing the city's lobbying laws. I reference you specifically to the meeting of September 12th, 2023, at the 7-hour, 7-minute, I'm sorry, the 7-hour, at the 7-hour, 7-minute, and 12-second portion, where resident Georgia Price spent her 3 minutes detailing how the lobbyist for the scholarship prep project did not register until 12 days prior to the vote before the council. She had lobbied a year before without registering, without filing quarterly reports. When we asked that that be enforced, when that came to light from these comments, I believe the city attorney, following the council's advice, didn't pursue it. So I just say, check carefully who's lobbying this, because I find it odd there's so many big names here. Paul Cott, Trevor O'Neill, on such a small project. I don't know much about the Surplus Land Act, but I do know that if Angel Stadium is sold, that involves the issue of surplus land. So I hope, I don't understand this process, that this somehow isn't setting a precedent, or be wary that this may be a test run of a bigger project coming down the road. Moving on. I didn't expect that. You know, I'm big on public engagement, and there's a cost to pay when you don't encourage public engagement, as in it was left to Georgia Price to figure out who was registered as a lobbyist, a resident. This involves affordable housing, so that caught my note. 34 units, 4 moderate. I hate to be a broken record The target in this housing element is 9,100 affordable units. You're halfway through the housing element, and I believe at last count, there's 453 affordable units in the pipeline for this cycle, not completed, in the pipeline. Of the 9,100 affordable units, 2/3 are in the very low and low category. The other is in moderate. At what point is the council going to start building affordable units for the very low and low categories? Now, it probably comes down to funding. I wanted to get into other stuff, but I'll jump to funding. You have $15 million in the Housing Trust Fund about. By your figures, that's about at $500,000 a unit. That's 30 units of affordable units. It's clear that we're going to get less federal and state funding, as we have in the past, as was used for the Hermosa Village. So you're going to have to look elsewhere. And I'm troubled you're not looking as seriously as you did back 30 years ago. Because I look what's in the pipeline on funding. There's a $33 million surplus in ATID funds. Where is that going to go? The public was excluded from the June 26th meeting, so we don't know, we can't contribute to that conversation. I see that the congressional staff's front page of the Register presented their wish list to the federal government. The OC Riverwalk was there. It didn't appear there by magic, then appeared there by the time you guys spent getting his ear. That's penciled in at $200 million eventually. That same congressional request for housing in the county, $3.5 million. Maybe the county's the company town. Well, 15 seconds. The Salt Preserve Project is coming through. Oh, there's a lot to speak there about. I'll save that for another day.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes public comments in person. Noting for the record, we did receive an electronic comment on, oh, my apologies, looks like there's one more card that was placed. If the speaker could come forward. Mr. Paulcott.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I heard my name mentioned in a way that was disturbing to me. It sounded like something that I was involved in was a mysterious plan to somehow use this as a precursor for other things that were problems or issues that should not be. And I just wanted to assure the City Council, this is a standalone project. The appraisal certainly is within a reasonable realm. An appraisal is just merely someone's opinion of value. The appraisal is probably even on the high side, as my understanding. At first I heard of it tonight, but I want to assure everybody that's here, and I know most of you personally, and there's no way in the world I would ever play any games like that, and I was sort of insulting. I don't know the gentleman who made the comment, but I'd like to meet him and talk to him about that too, but obviously he doesn't know me. Bottom line is that appraisal aside, I don't know who did it. Was it Stephen White? I don't know. Was it Stephen White? He and his dad, Cedric, have been doing appraisals in Anaheim for 50 years. He's the gold standard for appraising commercial properties for municipalities all over the county. And so certainly, Councilmember Rubalcaba, if you want to look at that appraisal, you're welcome to do that. But I want to tell you that there's nothing connected to it, to any other project, strictly standalone, and the appraisal is done by someone who is above reproach in terms of the appraisal industry. So I just wanted to say this before it goes any further. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, we have another speaker.
Good evening. My name is Greg McCaffrey. I'm one of the partners of Renaissance Partners. So I want to clarify the appraisal. So We had spoken with Grace and Andy about the appraisal process, and we actually had a recommendation from the city's appraiser, Steve White, to do the appraisal. So we used that firm. They came up with a number, and that was reviewed by the city's appraiser. They did not agree with it. So your staff commissioned another appraisal from Mr. White, and it came out higher. And we said, we don't want any appearance of anything that isn't above board. We'll go with your appraisal and we'll pay your amount. And so what you have in terms of the appraised amount and what we're purchasing it for isn't our number. It's your appraiser's number that came up with that. And so I just wanted to be clear.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. As previously stated, there was an electronic comment that did come in for item number 6 that was received, distributed to City Council, as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So with no more comments, I'd like to close the public hearing. Are there any comments or questions by council?
Can I answer my question?
Oh, yes, thank you. Turn it over to
Thank you for your patience, and
Director Grace.
we do have the answer for that. It's a 9-month due diligence period with the potential for a 6-month extension, and they must get the entitlements in that period, and then we must close 30 days after that due diligence and entitlement process. So it doesn't drag on forever.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Grace, what happens if we don't declare this land surplus or exempt from the Surplus Land Act?
It remains until there is a use for it. I mean, at some point, we must do something with all of our lands. There is regulation from HCD as to what we're supposed to do with all of the sites that went from the housing redevelopment agent to the housing authority as the housing successor. We have been activating all of those lands, and so it will sit until we have a project or some other disposition, either through the approval of the council or desire of the city. But we, in all transparency, we don't have an imminent plan for it in terms of if this doesn't happen, then we have a plan B for development.
You talked about regulations. Can you talk a little bit about what those are? Does it depend on the location, the property? What do those look like?
All of anything that came over to us as the housing successor, we must either develop for housing, or we can sell, and that money then goes into the process to help develop, with the goal of either you develop the sites or you secure the funds to help you to develop the sites. And that's how we've been developing affordable housing, is really strategically checking off all of these sites one at a time until we get through all of them and make sure that they all have some final disposition, whether either be housing or funds that can go to support further housing.
And can I ask, do we have a list somewhere of what we do?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then what is our process for these? Do you have someone in your office that is looking through that list and then prioritizing it? Are you waiting for a developer to reach out to you? What does that look like?
It is our goal to try to have a housing application in every tax credit round that the state has. Because from start to finish, it takes 24 to 36 months for affordable housing. We've looked at all of our sites in terms of what scores the best. A couple of times there's been other types of competitions out there that we've thought we might have been eligible for, such as the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities, which awards funds the properties that are near transit. So we've put those ahead, trying to secure that money, but we're constantly evaluating what we have left in concert with what is potentially the available funding that may help this site to be developed quicker. And then, such as Tampico, it's also the financing, it's also what populations make the most sense, is there funding for, and have the greatest needs in the city. So that's the process for evaluating sites and what goes in what order.
Is there I'm asking a hypothetical, but let's say we don't declare this exempt surplus land. Can we then just have it go through a surplus land process and get bids and see what might happen?
You could.
Oh. So it's a possibility that if we were to do that, we could potentially get more.
More money?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I believe the appraisal was for highest and best use. Without going too much, I think some of our intel is that, commercial sites or different types of uses. Right now, it appears that the highest and best use is residential. So we do think that what's in the appraisal is likely the best that we would get for the site.
Thank you.
Certainly without, there are creative folks up there, so I would never say impossible. If we put out an RFP, that, we would see what we would get.
Okay. I have some more comments, but I know my colleague wants to comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Kurtz.
I think, so my two concerns it's twofold. And so I think the first concern is the transparency with this. So on the appraisal side, and it's probably something as a council we should look at from a policy perspective, especially when it comes to Surplus Land Act land. But I would like to see the appraisals published with the staff report moving forward for this one specifically. And then I guess the second part is this project, when it comes to Planning Commission, I definitely think we need to have enhanced outreach to the community because we already know the issue. If you ask them, best use would be parking for that area because we have villains and we love villains. We love our businesses because that's good for our city. It's good for the residents, but it does create a challenge. So that will be a major concern. So I know these are two separate issues. The second issue is something that will be addressed later in the project. But I am very concerned on the transparency side. I appreciate what the speakers mentioned. Paul Cotta is a very respected member of the city and District 3. I don't question his integrity. I'm just making sure that the process is as transparent as it can be. And I think that we owe our residents that much, especially because of the Angel Stadium. This may not be a large parcel like Angels and the deal that was bad for our city back then, but this is a smaller version, or we end up with the packing house situation and Center Street being sold. So I think we need to be very on top of these issues before we create more negative impacts to the downtown area.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of talk about impacts to neighborhoods, and boy, I understand that. In District 4, you are packing in apartments where I never thought an apartment could be, in corners. And I understand neighboring residents not wanting them. They would rather have a park, green space, certainly in some areas more parking. But if we are not looking at these with the thought process that we need to find space for housing, we will never build. The reality is our neighborhoods are full. So what do we look at next? We look at commercial properties. Heck, we've looked at light industrial properties, former churches, anything that has closed. A restaurant closed in District 4, there's going to be housing. And so that's the reality of the world we live in right now. What we need to do is make sure that what we're putting into those neighborhoods is the best that we can get. The design fits into the neighborhood, there's enough parking so that those residents are not parking in the streets already impacted, and that they have room for guest parking. And so, yes, what I'm saying is, I support the use. I don't know that, any of us that have driven down Anaheim Boulevard have seen that empty lot for years and understand that not a whole lot can be built there. I'm surprised that they can get that many units on that piece of property. And I would be also very careful as to what is designed to fit in there to make sure that it meets the very high standards that our housing department has asked of developers in our city. And so I would expect nothing less than that. But I also understand that we're going to have more and more of this commercial property that's no longer used, shops that are closed up. Do I want to see Tony's Deli open? Yeah, I'd love that. But the fact of the matter is these businesses are closing, and we cannot afford to leave empty lots like that just stagnant. And I don't think state law would allow us, especially if we've included that site as part of our housing element, I don't think the state's going to say, okay, now you can build a parking lot on it. I may be wrong on that, but I think we need to understand that housing is coming into all of our areas, and that we need to protect the neighborhoods by ensuring that the new developments have sufficient parking for residents and their guests. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace, just a question. If we didn't declare this exempt and we go through the surplus land act process and go out to bid, the requirement is still there that it has to be housing, correct?
So the site is small enough that regardless of whether we go forward with this development, we can declare it exempt. And yes, if the bidder or whoever steps up to buy the site, if it's saying we don't develop it ourselves due to financial constraints, if anything that is built there as residential, you would still have to include a 15% affordable component.
Right, so no matter which way we go, whether we declare it exempt or go through the bid process, it still is slated for
Yes,
housing.
if it's developed as residential apartments for sale, it must include an affordable component.
So I'm just curious, how long has this property been vacant, and have we had bites on the apple, or how come we haven't been able to put something on it up till this point?
We have the agency has owned this property 2-3 decades. It was part of the legacy of the redevelopment agency in terms of coming in to help redevelop the downtown area. The redevelopment agency is responsible for the packing house. It's responsible for the domain, for many of the things that have happened along Anaheim Boulevard, and it was part of that strategic thinking about acquiring things along Anaheim Boulevard as part of a larger redevelopment vision. All of that kind of, went up in smoke in 2012 when redevelopment went away. And so then at that point, a decision had to be made to identify what are all of the parcels that redevelopment owned, what is their disposition, were they government use, commercial, or housing, and this is a housing asset. When redevelopment went away, there hasn't largely been a lot of housing funds to develop small parcels like this in particular.
Okay, thank you. I'll just make one more comment. I think we all up here hear parking. I know I do it in District 1 as well. But, I look at this and I see that to the development that's coming in here, I do see a fair amount of parking spaces for this project. So I think that's a nice thing for sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I think I just want to clarify, I never said I was opposed to housing in this area. Clearly, I am an advocate for housing. I do think that District 3 is very, very over-impacted already on the housing front. My priority tonight, based on what's before council, is to ensure that this process is transparent. I think we need to ensure that the clarification on the exemption is clear and accurate, and make sure that we have followed all state law when we make this or ask us to vote on an exemption. And I want to make myself very clear about that. When this project comes to fruition, that has to go, they will hear from the community on the parking side. I mean, we had, 20 people here tonight talking about issues on Ponderosa. That is all related to parking. I can probably, I don't know the details of those concerns except for what we heard tonight, but I can probably predict that there were concerns about parking in Ponderosa, and there were large commercial trucks that were there who have then been enforced by our police department and code enforcement because of the parking challenges. My point exactly. So we just continue to create the problem. I do appreciate the fact that you pointed out, which I had already pointed out, that this is a very well-parked project. And that is because it's a moderate project, not an affordable, because that would exempt them from being able, they would not be required to do that. So I appreciate that, but my point about this specific vote, I understand my role tonight, and I want to ensure that it is a transparent process and the exemption is, we're actually voting on something clear based on the size of the property. I think that, just because it is a bigger ticket item for Angel Stadium, it doesn't fall short on me. I have residents in my district who are concerned about how other things were sold off in the downtown area, including the packing house, including a lot of the businesses that are on Center Street, including Center Street. So as the person who was elected to represent District 3, I will always question these issues that are going to impact city and city assets, regardless of whether they are redevelopment, but I am here to represent my district, and that's what I'm going to do. I will clarify, I'm not opposed to housing. I do understand, as a person who was on the Housing Commission, as our public commenter likes to mention quite frequently, I was part of the process to help create the plan that we have, the state has, I think, approved or is almost going to approve for us. So I do understand housing. I would call myself an expert in some cases. So I do understand my role on that front and how we do need to continue building, because any thriving city will continue to build housing. But I will always ask questions about the quality of life issues that are impacting my neighbors and my community. But I do understand today's focus is on transparency, at least how it concerns me and my district.
Thank you. I just had one follow-up question for you, Grace. Were we ever approached to acquire the parcels that they're trying to join with 703 and 705?
No.
Okay, are they still privately held?
So my understanding, based on our communication from us, is that they have entered into negotiations and have come to price and terms with those developers in terms of whether they outright own them. I'm not 100% sure. The developer is here. Perhaps if you would like, we can invite him up to get clarification exactly as to are they just under contract or are they fully purchased? We knew based on our conversations that they had come to price and terms with all of the adjacent owners, and based on those agreements, they were moving forward with seeking approvals for the project that they had in mind.
Okay. No, I was just curious whether we were approached, because I think when we look at some of our smaller parcels that the Housing Authority owns, I would rather be in the position to assemble parcels and build 100% affordable housing units than be begging for the scraps of 4 units of moderate housing. It's not really, I mean, we need low and very low income property. So just to kind of nugget going forward. I think that would be an opportunity that we would be very excited about. because that would make a real difference, not only in District 3, but, it's a good pattern for us for these small unassembled parcels throughout the city.
Certainly, I to that point, I would say I agree with you. I mean, that is largely what we've been doing in Beach Boulevard in terms of the motels and assembling the sites, because we do agree with you that assembled sites certainly make the most sense.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions or comments from council. Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I can provide some clarification if you'd like on
Oh,
the status of
I'm
the
okay.
ongoing-
That's okay. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Neill.
I'd like to make a motion with the extra transparency elements added to it.
With us being the appraisal being disclosed to council.
Yes, as part of the staff report.
So just for clarification, Councilmember, are you asking for a continuation of the hearing with that contingency?
Do we have to continue it, or could it be published following this meeting? Because I trust staff will publish it.
Yes, with the council authority to disclose a non-public record, it can do that. Also, as a matter of practice in state law, once the deal is closed, it becomes a public record. But the council could advance the disclosure of it as part of its authority.
So yeah, it's going to become public record anyways.
Yes. So with that, I would, if it's going to become public record, if we go ahead and publish it, then.
I think technically it doesn't become public record until the closing of the deal. But the council could also authorize its disclosures before that.
Yes.
Let's do that, yeah.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that, and the appraisal will be disclosed immediately rather than wait until the deal closes, which could be a year. Okay.
Councilmember Leon, did you have a comment or question? Yes. Okay.
I just ask in terms of disclosed, would we give it to Teresa, and then obviously we will give it to council as.
That's a good clarification. So just to clarify, you're asking that it be given to the council as
No,
opposed to.
I'm asking that it be disclosed to the public.
Okay, so yeah.
As well as council.
Probably goes to the city clerk then.
Can be made part of the staff report or the public record of this hearing. Okay.
Perfect.
And I'll work with the department for public disclosure on the city's website.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very briefly, I do share my colleagues' concerns on the process. Very much concerned. But overall, the question that I'm asking myself is this going to be a benefit to the community? That's the question that I ask regardless of what project's before us. Will it be a benefit to the city and to our community? And so by doing this, I'm concerned that we're setting off a series of events that are not going to be a benefit to the community. And so with that, I will not be supportive of the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority declaring certain authority-owned real property located at 703 and 705 South Anaheim Boulevard, Anaheim, California, as exempt surplus land pursuant to the Surplus Land Act, California Government Code Section 542220, and making certain findings under the California Environmental Quality Act. A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority approving the agreement for the sale and the real property and joint escrow instructions with the Renaissance Packing House Towns Home LLC, authorizing the Executive Director of the Housing Authority to finalize such agreement for the sale of the real property, authorizing the Executive Director of the Housing Authority to implement such agreement for sale of the real property, and determining that said agreement for the conveyance and exempt from SEQA pursuant to SEQA Guidelines Section 15312, and making certain other findings in connection therewith. And this also included direction from City Council to, once the appraisal, go ahead and distribute to City Council as way and publicly available too on the city's website, and I'll be working in conjunction with the department on that. And the vote is 6 ayes and 1 nay by Councilmember Leon. Motion carries.
Are we on item? Oh, there we go. So items 7 through 23 are, without objection, we're going to adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the City Council's consent calendar. Items 7 through 23 are before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item on our consent calendar for further discussion? Councilmember Leon? Do you have something? Okay. Councilmember Meeks?
Item 11, I'd like to pull.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry about that. Councilmember Rubicalva?
Item 9.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 10, please.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to pass the remainder?
I'll move the remainder.
Do we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second? Please vote.
Councilmember Leon? The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
We're going to start with item number, to do this in order, item number 9, I cannot see, item number 9, pulled by Councilmember Rubicalva. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
That's for staff report. Staff report from Director Andal, please. She's making her way down here.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you this evening is an approval of an appointment and the retired annuitant employment agreement with Rick Armendariz, our police chief, to serve as the interim chief of police effective August 22nd of this year. As we all know, Chief Armendariz is scheduled to retire from the city on August 21st. As a result of his upcoming retirement, the employment agreement before you this evening authorizes the city manager to return Mr. Armendariz as a retired annuitant during the executive recruitment process to ensure all essential functions of the position continue without interruption. We have retained an executive search firm who only recruits police chiefs, and so we believe that their reach is pretty far. They've been recruiting police chiefs for over the past 10 years, and the process is already underway. Chief Armendariz has served as the Anaheim Police Chief since August of 2023, so he's hitting his 2-year mark, and prior to that, he served as our Deputy Police Chief for 4 years. He has over 30 years of law enforcement experience, including prior experience with the City of Modesto, where he rose from the rank of police officer to assistant police chief. Upon his appointment in this annuitant position, he will continue to perform all functions of the position at the hourly rate of $176.65, and no other rights or benefits, incentives, or other compensation in lieu of benefits or any other forms of compensation will be provided during the appointment, and this is a requirement under CalPERS. His annuitant term is for a maximum of 960 hours or upon appointment of a permanent police chief. And again, the process is underway and will follow the same process as we did in the past, which will include meetings with all members of the City Council. And with that, that concludes my report, unless you have any other questions for myself or our city manager.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. So I was disappointed to hear that Chief Armendariz is leaving us so soon. But City Manager Vanderpool, can you please explain the process, timing, how long do you anticipate he will be with us? How long do you think the search will take?
Sure. So we met with the recruiter, in fact, as early as this morning. And so onboarded the recruiter, as our director mentioned, they exclusively do police chief recruitments, law enforcement recruitments at the executive level. And so that process will kick off with a meeting with each one of mayor, city council members, then with all other stakeholders within the organization and without, and also outside the organization. We will do a screening through the executive recruiter of those top candidates to advance on to panels. The panels at this point will include a community panel of stakeholders, our labor groups that work within the police department, representatives from our executive team will be on a panel. Am I missing anybody?
No, That's it.
And
unless-
who does the community panel consist of? Is it like business owners? Is it people who live on Bush Street? Like, how do we determine who these community members are?
So typically, so we're still putting that process together, but typically it includes education representatives from our schools. It could include the religious community, nonprofits, business leaders. But certainly, as the council meets with our recruiter, those types of, questions can certainly be entertained and incorporated into the process.
Yeah, because I would love to see somebody who actually lives within the city. I think we have for a long time now included people who have been very influential in the city, but it would be nice to also get people who are residents, who are impacted by the day-to-day issues, and many of them we heard from tonight. So I think it would be good to include some key stakeholders from within the neighborhoods.
You bet.
What labor unions will be included in the process?
So it would be APA, APMA, and AMEA.
So they'll be on the panel, the interview panel?
Correct.
Okay. So what type of role will the chief play at this interim? Because, what's normally, what kind of, I guess when an executive leaves, they usually give a little bit of a longer of a timeline. Like, for example, we just replaced the CEO for the OC Fair, and she gave about a year advance notice of her retirement. We got about a month. So what type of responsibilities will the chief continue to have? And will there be, and when people are, I think when leadership is sort of up in the air, the employees tend to be a little uneasy. What are we doing to ensure our police officers, sworn and unsworn members of the Anaheim Police Department, that we're looking for the best person to replace our chief, and that nothing crazy will occur in transition?
Yeah, he will have full authority as our police chief, and so we're hoping that continuity of his service will continue with that organizational transition.
Has he shared what his plans might be? Because, there were a lot of stakes, there were a lot of things pending. So we had staffing studies pending that we had not seen to fruition. So I guess I'm concerned that there are going to be major changes made that could disrupt the process for a new person to come on board.
That would not be the intent. I think we would reserve any kind of major decisions like that or results from a staffing study to be implemented by the new chief.
And will you continue to be very involved? I know you gave our chief a lot of independence because you're a great city manager, and I think that you really depend on the people who are leading the departments. Will you be fully engaged to ensure that something negative doesn't occur while we're in transition?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. That I do appreciate, because I was a little concerned. I love the chief, and I love that we're able to have somebody we're familiar with, who the community respects and loves, and looks like the people who live in the city of Anaheim, with 50% being Hispanic. But I am concerned, as just somebody who has been in leadership positions and who has replaced CEOs in other settings. It does concern when, uncertainty creates tension. So I just want to ensure that that is something that we're mindful of.
For sure. And Councilmember, I didn't answer your direct question, which is how long is the process? Roughly 3 to 4 months.
Okay, perfect.
To a seated chief at the police department.
And then last question, do we have not a job description, but a description of what the ideal police chief for the city of Anaheim would look like?
That will come out after the meetings with all of you.
Okay, great.
And stakeholder meetings.
And
They'll meet with the unions, they'll meet with, other, help me out here, who will some of those early meetings be with?
The early meetings will be with the mayor and council. It will be with also the police department, the 3 bargaining units that the employees are in, which is AMEA, APA, and APMA. We also anticipate that our executive recruiter will have a scheduled meeting for any employee who doesn't feel comfortable speaking at a public session. We will have several community meetings in the various districts, and we expect to complete that. Well, the meetings with mayor and council will be in August, as well as our stakeholder meetings, which includes our labor groups and the department. That's expected to be completed in August, and then based on the feedback we receive, we plan to roll out the recruitment flyer by September 1st. And within that time, then we'll start holding the community meetings.
Great. So then by the end of the year, we should have a new chief named for our city.
Even sooner.
Right, we
Okay,
hope for a selection in November. Backgrounds will occur between November and December, and the appointment shortly thereafter.
Okay, perfect, because with the times that we are in right now, with a lot of uncertainty in the community, it's just not really good timing. But I'm glad that we are going to be proactive with this process, and we're looking at a 3 to 4 month period. That makes me feel better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a very brief comment. Linda, when you mentioned that we're going to be doing community meetings and community outreach, if I can ask that we go above and beyond in advertising those meetings. I think the last go around, if I remember correctly, I think one of the meetings was at the Brookers Community Center. It wasn't as well attended because I'm not sure if we got the word out as much as we should have. So if we can just make sure we go above and beyond to make sure people know here's an opportunity for you to provide input earlier in the process versus, hey, we're almost there, now's the time, just earlier the better, I think. And then to echo my colleague, just given the uncertainty, maybe considering doing some sort of virtual option as well to provide feedback as to who we want as our next police chief. But I also want to echo Chief Armendariz. I think we've said it before that we appreciate your service and appreciate you staying on while we go through this transition. So
We'll definitely do that, and we'll work with Mike Lister and his team on noticing the meetings.
No further comments. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll move.
Okay, motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Next item pulled is item number 10 by Councilmember Leon. Would you like a staff report? Mr. City Manager, may we get a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Moreno, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Each fiscal year, the city follows established guidelines to plan for the replacement of city-owned vehicles and equipment. When considering replacement, Public Works considers high mileage, vehicle age, maintenance costs, operational hours, service history, safety concerns, and normal life expectancy, with the goal of maximizing each vehicle's useful life while minimizing lifetime cost. The fiscal year 25-26 purchase plan includes 136 vehicles, the majority of which are centrally funded by the Public Works Motorized Equipment Fund and support community services, police, Anaheim Fire and Rescue, planning and building, convention, sports and entertaining, housing and community development, and public works. An additional 23 department-funded vehicles will be purchased using funds from the respective departments, including police, public works, and public utilities. The department proactively forecasts needs, and the replacement schedule considers necessary lead time to ensure timely delivery and continuity of service, as some specialty vehicles have a turnaround time of 24 to 48 months. The item before you would authorize the purchasing agent to issue purchase orders of up to a total not to exceed of $15.5 million plus applicable taxes for various vehicles and equipment planned for replacement in 25-26, including a 20% contingency. The purchasing division will solicit bids and evaluate available cooperative agreements to determine the best method to acquire the equipment and vehicles in accordance with Council Policy 4.0. To expedite the purchases, it's recommended that the purchasing agent be authorized to issue purchase orders to the successful vendors immediately after evaluation of the bids and agreements, rather than having to return to City Council for approval of the individual awards. In the unlikely event that any of the equipment listed is found to be limited in a single source, the purchasing agent will verify and document the reasons for the sole source prior to purchase. In the event that actual replacements exceed the not to exceed amount, staff will bring a request for additional authority back to council before making additional purchases. Additionally, staff requests that council ratify a purchase order issued in May for $1.4 million to take advantage of the current pricing and dealers' open purchase order window for police vehicles included in the 25-26 replacement plan. In anticipation of a similar need next year, staff also requests that City Council authorize the purchasing agent to issue purchase orders in an amount not to exceed 2.5 for police interceptor or comparable vehicles in the 2026 order bank period that may preclude the fiscal year 26-27 vehicle equipment or precede the fiscal year 26-27 vehicle equipment and purchase plan. This proactive step allows us to secure the required quantity and favorable pricing of these high-demand vehicles. Funding for this item is provided primarily by the Motorized Equipment Fund and is included in the Public Works Department budget. Funding for department-specific purchases is included in the respective department's budget and is generally from restricted enterprise funds. That concludes my report, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have that many questions, but Debbie, how many vehicles do you have the information on how many vehicles we purchased last year in comparison to this year?
I don't have that readily available, but it's fairly similar from year to year.
Okay.
It'll vary more by larger police or fire apparatus, things like that, but it's typically fairly standard year to year.
Got it. Okay. And then if you could maybe just follow up, I'm curious as to how many we purchased last year, how many we've received as well. I don't know if that's a number that we might have.
Yep, I can certainly follow up. I can get back with you on that.
Thank you. And then just the next question was, I remember that we had a conversation about how there was a backup or a delay in getting police vehicles, and I think that's what led us to go to the Tesla route because we were waiting for those to come in. One, did those come in already? Are we all set in that regard? And do we anticipate anything similar happening in the next fiscal year?
So after we received the Teslas, we did receive approximately about 40 of the new Ford Interceptor vehicles that are currently going through the process of upfitting. So there were some agreements we brought back to council months back to assist us. A lot of that upfitting we used to do in-house, but because we hadn't purchased cars for a number of years, and we were finally able to get cars, we didn't have the capacity in-house to upfit all those cars. So we're using a combination of in-house and outside services to upfit those vehicles, and they're coming online weekly.
Okay. What does the process look like to upgrade the vehicles so that our police department's able to use them? Is it adding all that equipment? Does that take a couple weeks, couple months?
Yeah, right now we're averaging about one a week in-house and 1 week from the outside firms. So to speed up that process, we actually went and ordered all the parts. So everything you could think about, lights, sirens, computer equipment, because the vehicles that we purchased that come from Ford are just a black and white car with no decals or anything. So we just have a routine that we run through to get those cars online. But we're storing the vehicles. We got the vehicles. We have them in storage and work on them as we get cars out.
Thank you. And then the last question was, Debbie, you mentioned that we're purchasing around the same number of vehicles. Has the price changed substantially at all, or is it around the same that we've done in previous years?
The overall dollar amount is roughly the same, but we are seeing price increases on things, and so I'd have to look at. And these are still to be bid, so these are estimates, and that's why we have the contingency. So we'll know better once we put these out to bid.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I'll move the item if there's no further questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item pulled was item number 11 by Mayor Pro Tem Meeks. Would you like a staff report?
I do not need a staff report. I really just pulled this to highlight this item. This is accepting a donation from the Anaheim Police Department Foundation, which is a nonprofit of dedicated people. They're so dedicated that many of them are still in the audience right now. That's how dedicated they are. But they have put together funding of over $100,000, $115,000 to support some of the really important technology that the department's using in our license plate readers and cameras and things that really help our department and our real-time crime center do their work and really make a big difference in our community. So I wanted to highlight that and would be happy to move the item.
They're here because it's fun. See, that's what I'm talking about. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
I do just want to say I will support the item, and I'd like to second it. But I want to thank the foundation for the work they do for our police department. It is your volunteer work, your efforts that help make our police department as great as it is. So thank you very much.
I just want to thank the chief, because I know this was an initiative that you brought forward during the street takeover challenges that our city was experiencing. I think it was earlier this year or late last year. So I'm grateful to see that it's coming to fruition, and also thank you to the Police Foundation for your contribution to this ongoing issue. I think the license plate reader will be a great addition, not only for street takeovers, but just in general.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
If you guys stay for one more hour, you get a toaster. So next is our report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
No reportable action, Mayor. One note for the record as to items 2 and 3, the council did not get to the city manager position, and that position will be rescheduled to the next city council meeting.
Thank you. And we don't have any public comments left over on the non-agenda items, so we are going to move to future agenda requests by council members. If any council members have an item, please ring in. I'll start with Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've previously requested an item for council consideration that is to modernize the governing documents of the Anaheim Tourism and Improvement District, fondly known as ATID. A main component of this effort would be to assign a portion of future ATID funds to support housing programs. Been working with staff on this issue for the past year now, a very long year. And I would like to renew my request to have this item be brought to council for consideration. I've met with hoteliers and stakeholders over the past several months, and I believe it's now time that we finalize a proposal that could be considered by this body. Therefore, my desire is that we can have an item for council consideration toward the end of September, or if absolutely necessary, shortly thereafter, but I'm hoping by the end of September. There are several steps that need to take place as part of this process, so my goal is to have this issue completed and in place by the end of this calendar year.
Okay, thank you. Natalie Meeks. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm just reading this.
Whatever. I'd like to agendize a proclamation for Jeremy Weinraub. He's an 11-year-old who has competed in track and field at the state level and really represented our city well. So if we could bring him in, that would be great. And also, I think we have a regular September recognition of service clubs. Is that date set yet? Someone was asking me about it.
Yes.
Excellent.
All right.
Our work here is done.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Can we bring in the Anaheim Historic Preservation Group just to give us an update on some of the work that they're doing? They are working on, I won't call it a specific plan, but a specific plan for the historic district, and they'd like to just discuss some of their progress. And then also, I can't recall if I requested this or not, but if we can work on a policy to bring back for council consideration on historic monuments and landmarks and the process for declaring them historic. Just to give an example, the La Palma Park sign was destroyed, and we want to just see if there's a better way to maybe have a more comprehensive process for protecting some of the stuff in our city.
September.
And then last but not least, I know the mayor had talked about this earlier, but the Anaheim High School Chamber Group, if we can bring them in for a recognition for all of their efforts at a later time.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I wanted to follow up on something to see if we could, I know I talked about it, I believe, at our last meeting, but to see if we could start in September, and Mr. City Attorney, let me know if it's something we need to vote on. But I would like to, either in the city manager's report or another forum that is appropriate, start with our kind of monthly updates on Angel Stadium, whether there's any consultants hired, the status of our infrastructure report, if there's any communications between our communications office and the Angels on press statements. I think those are just some high-level issues that we should be a bit more transparent with the public. So if you could just, maybe you and I could circle back and just think of a good strategy going forward, but I'd like to get that put in place sooner rather than later. And then do we, I know Mayor Pro Tem mentioned an item about ATN. Do we have a timeline on when we think the ATN matter might come back?
I mean, we're working right now. We have outside counsel assisting us with drafting kind of bullet points on expectations that I need to brief each one of you on. And then we need to get with the ratepayers to get concurrence. And so that meeting is being set up, so that concurrence kind of meeting with the ratepayers for the end of this month. So it's moving, but we're at decision points.
Okay,
and we need to kind of start pulling.
That's helpful, so not soon. All right, thank you. With no other business before the council, we stand adjourned until August 26th.